Hi, good evening, everyone. Just want to call the meeting to order for the Oxnard City Council and for the Oxnard Housing Authority for Tuesday, May 19th, 2026. Madam Clerk, may we have the roll call and posting of the agenda, please?
Councilwoman Commissioner Basua.
Here.
Councilmember Commissioner Peralta.
Here.
Councilwoman Commissioner Bettis.
Here.
Councilwoman Commissioner Rodriguez.
Present.
Councilman Commissioner Starr.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Vice Chair Teran.
Here.
Mayor MacArthur, Chair MacArthur.
Here.
The agenda for this meeting was posted in the kiosk at City Hall, the Oxnard Public Library, the city administrative offices, and on the city's website on Thursday, May 7th, and the amended agenda on Wednesday, May 13th. And then I have two announcements. The first announcement, pursuant to Government Code Section 54952.3, each member of the Housing Board of Commissioners present will receive $50 pay for convening this meeting, with the exception of Commissioner Starr, who has declined to receive compensation. And then the second announcement is that we are removing agenda item N1 from the agenda. This is the 2025 Single Audit Report and Fiscal Year 24-25 Annual Comprehensive Financial Report and Summary Presentation. So this item is being removed from the agenda, so anybody who is present to speak on this item has been removed. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Sonstegard, Member Starr asked if there is any clarifying statement regarding the item we pulled from the agenda.
Sure, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate that. Again, Eric Sonstegard, Assistant City Manager. So, as you know, this item was presented at the Finance and Governance Committee last week on May 14th. At the committee meeting, Linda Hurley of Macias, Jeannie, and O'Connell made an extended presentation on the 2025 Single Audit Report and Fiscal Year 2024-2025 Annual Comprehensive Financial Report. After hearing that presentation and asking specific questions of the auditor, the committee voted 3-0 to receive and recommend that staff proceed to City Council tonight with this item. Today, approximately 8 hours before this City Council meeting, our elected City Treasurer, Philip Molina, met with Ms. Hurley. At the conclusion of their meeting, Molina alleged that the auditors had missed something as part of the audit process, but would not provide any further information. Based on the Treasurer's comments, our auditors have a professional obligation to pause the audit process to determine what, if anything, Molina was referring to. Staff will provide the City Council with updates regarding this matter in the near future as the process moves forward. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
I don't know if I understood. Mr. Molina would not share information that he had? It's a question.
That's correct.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance, and I have the honor of calling Oxnard's Veterans Committee to lead us on the Pledge of Allegiance. And we will take a moment of silence following the Pledge of Allegiance, just for an observance of everything that's happening around our country and around the world. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone. We will move to the ceremonial part of our agenda. And this evening, we have 3 ceremonial items. We will start first with the presentation of a proclamation commemorating May 25th, 2026 as Memorial Day. And for that, I'd like to call up the Oxnard Veterans Committee, who will accept the proclamation.
Okay, the proclamation before us says, whereas on Memorial Day, our nation pauses to remember the brave men and women in uniform and their sacrifice to protect the interests of our country and defend our freedoms. And whereas each year on the last Monday in May is an opportunity to honor the men and women of the armed forces who bravely defend our freedoms while remembering all those who died for our great nation. And whereas by honoring these proud servicemen and women lost throughout our country's history, we renew our commitment to upholding the democratic ideals they fought and died to preserve. And whereas on May 25th, 2026, the city of Oxnard will recognize these sacrifices with a ceremony at Plaza Park. And whereas our country remains the land of the free because of the sacrifices made by our servicemen and women of all ranks from all branches of the military. Now, therefore, our Mayor, Luis MacArthur, does hereby call upon all citizens to honor and observe Monday, May 25th as Memorial Day. We ask that on the day be observed in honor of those who have served to preserve our principles of justice, freedom, and democracy. So here he sets his signature and the great seal of the city of Oxnard to be affixed on the 19th day of May, 2026.
You want to say a couple words?
Sure. Well, thank you and good evening. I'd like to, if there's any veterans out there, could you please stand up? Anybody who has served? Everybody's up on the stage? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to thank you for your service and thank all veterans. But also, I'd like to take this time to say thank you to the city of Oxnard as a whole. It's been awesome to be on this committee. Everybody involved in this loves veterans and is doing everything they can to support May 25th and veterans in general. So with that, we have deep appreciation and we really appreciate it and we say thank you.
Thank you.
And I'll just make a brief comment. You know, it's without words how much in debt we are to the veterans that have served, so many that most of us, or many people, will never know their names. And yet they gave their life, many of them. Others came out with injuries. And how do we repay the veterans that have done so much for us to live the way we do? And so we will always recognize them here in our local government and forever, because we are in debt to our veterans for what they gave to us. And they did it selflessly, and we are just in tremendous gratitude. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, members of the City Council. This commemoration on Monday, the 25th, is for the fallen veterans, okay? This is not about us who are here, you know, but we speak for them because they can speak for themselves, okay? But they sacrificed everything. So please come, join the families who are there. We have people up on the memorial who were killed in action. The families are probably going to be there. Please come and be with them, okay? That's the least we can do for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Lulu, can I give you my phone?
Of course. Mayor, that they were.
That's it? Okay.
Thank you for your service.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you for your service.
Rick, do you want to introduce the group? No. He's just going to introduce those that are up here, Mike, Sal.
I'm Rick Gutierrez. I'm post 48 with Mike, who's our district commander. I'm the vice commander. I've been here for like 12 years. I've adopted this city, and I want to thank the gentlemen and ladies behind me for supporting us. And Mayor and City Manager, thank you. I really appreciate it.
I'm new to the bunch. Ron Robinson. I've been a post commander of AMVETS, American Veterans, for the last 5 years. I do work on legislation up in Sacramento. and I do work on the base. So altogether, civil service and military, 36 years.
Well, some of you know who I am, a pain in the butt. But my name is Manuel Gonzalez. I'm the Senior Vice Commander for the Disabled American Veterans. I belong to the Vietnam Veterans of Ventura County. And I thank the city manager, mayor, council members, and the public for having us celebrate for all these veterans on our memorials who were raised in La Colonia, South Oxnard, Fort Hueneme, El Rio. So they're dear to my heart because some of them were 8 years younger than I was that were sent to Vietnam. And for some of you that missed the last Memorial Day, I had a classmate that graduated from Oxnard High School in 1959. We were both Marines. And he was a commanding officer in charge of the evacuation of the embassy in Saigon in 1975, where by helicopter, they loaded 40,000 South Vietnamese citizens that deserved to come to the United States. And one of them happened to be the city manager as a baby, as a child. And that is very dear to my heart. So thank you so much for having us here.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you,
I've been
everyone.
here 85 years, for some of you to know.
For the resolution, we'll need a motion. Okay. Just call out the name. We will move to the next item on the agenda. This is the presentation of a resolution commending Mary Sue Eastlake. The recommendation is that the city council adopt a resolution commending Mary Sue Eastlake for over 20 years of exemplary service to the city of Oxnard. Mary Sue Eastlake, that you're coming. There you go. And for this, it's a resolution, so we'll need a motion in a second.
Second.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, Councilmember. Madam Clerk, call for the vote.
Councilmember Perallo?
Yes.
Councilwoman Perez? Councilwoman Rodriguez? Councilman Starr?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua? And Mayor MacArthur.
Yes.
And this motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, you want to read the?
Well, nice to see you.
Congratulations.
Okay, so we have here a resolution for you. Resolution of the City Council of the City of Oxnard commending Mary Sue Eastlake for over 20 years of exemplary service to the City of Oxnard. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right. So whereas Mary Sue Eastlake has devoted over 20 years of exemplary service as an employee of the City of Oxnard, and whereas Mary Sue Eastlake began her distinguished career with the City of Oxnard Recreation Division of the Cultural and Community Services Department in 2003 as a recreation coordinator, and whereas Mary Sue devoted her career to enhancing the quality of life for seniors in the community through dedicated service and advocacy, and whereas Mary Sue served as the RSVP director, bringing extensive experience as a writer and program manager to the leadership of volunteer initiatives and senior services, and whereas Mary Sue played a pivotal role in securing grant funding for the innovative programs including the RSVP Bone Builders program in 2007 and Tai Chi Moving for Better Balance in 2016. And whereas Mary Sue utilized her talents in writing and photography to effectively promote recreation and cultural arts programs and to oversee and enrich social media outreach. Wow. All right.
Multi-talented.
Yes. Whereas Mary Sue was promoted to Recreation Supervisor, where she assumed comprehensive responsibility for senior services programming, including senior centers, the Retired Seniors Volunteer Program, and Seniors in Motion. And whereas Mary Sue has exemplified an unwavering commitment to public service and will be deeply missed by her colleagues, participants, and volunteers for her dedication and enduring impact. Now, therefore, the City Council of the City of Oxnard does hereby resolve to commend, recognize, and extend its gratitude to Mary Sue Eastlake for over 20 years of exemplary service to the City of Oxnard and extends best wishes for a well-deserved and fulfilling retirement with family and friends. Congratulations to you.
Thank you. I'm being a good former employee.
Mayor Pro Tem, council members, Mary Sue Eastlake's time with the City of Oxnard has been marked by dedication, professionalism, and a deep commitment to serving the community. Throughout her tenure, she has demonstrated exceptional leadership and a genuine passion for enhancing the quality of life for Oxnard residents. Her thoughtful approach, collaborative spirit, and steadfast support of community programs have left a lasting positive impact on both staff and the public. Mary Sue has been a trusted and respected leader whose work has helped strengthen the city's cultural and community services. Her ability to champion meaningful initiatives has contributed greatly to the success of numerous programs and projects. She leaves behind a legacy of service, integrity, and care that will continue to benefit the City of Oxnard and seniors in particular for years to come. We are grateful for Mary Sue's many contributions and wish her all the best in her next chapter. Her dedication and leadership will be remembered with great appreciation.
Thank you. Give a girl a microphone. The one thing that is always missed when they talk about me is how quirky I am. And I have weird ideas that somehow just work, and they kind of, like bone builders. Who thought you could do something with lifting 3 arm exercises and 3 leg exercises? And today there's 20 classes of seniors exercising. And then Tai Chi, we got a grant for, hold on, I'll get there. I'm not gonna get there. For a class that we could do with Tai Chi, and that's grown to 20 classes as well. So I think when I look back on my life, and I'm moving to Texas so everybody hears, this is my last council meeting. This is my last hurrah, When I look back on my career or my life, I had 2 great kids. I helped build the skate park in Santa Paula, which has my name, first name on the memorial there. And I started Bone Builders, I started Tai Chi. I had Seniors in Motion, which is in the park, so if you're a senior, you don't have to go into a senior center to exercise. So many of us think we're too young to be a senior, including me, but we all qualify. So, and I have to thank my team. I mean, the team in the office that knew that I was kind of weird and accepted it and, covered the office for me so that I could go out and meet with people and kind of follow my dreams of what I could do for seniors. To the bosses who kind of did the same thing. They were on me a little bit about my time. They were worried I wasn't going to get here tonight on time. And I left more than enough time to get here, and I still just came in screeching. Got to put that in my 1 minute early. I got to put that in my will. Just bring me in 5 minutes after the funeral starts. And the supervisors and I can't see everybody back there. But I have a supervisors team. I was a supervisor. We worked together and created great things together. So, thank you. Thank you for. I didn't expect this. But thank you for doing it. I appreciate it. And I should also say, I should appreciate the support of the City Council over the years. I am up here with the City Council. But we have had a great amount of support from the City Council over the years. You've supported RSVP. 48 years, Matt, do you remember? Yeah, I think we've been here for 48 years with RSVP. And that takes city support too. But the amount of effort or the amount of time that the volunteers give to the community is so much greater than the effort or the money that's put into it from the city and the federal government. So anyway, and one last thing, seniors are the growing population. They need support. So that's Mary Sue on her soapbox. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I see that many from REC came out here. Do you guys want to come up? And yeah, come on up.
Bring your team up here.
Yeah.
We certainly thank you, Mayor Sue, for your time, and I know it's hard to separate from our city, and you certainly wouldn't have committed 20 years of your life.
Access to your emails with
Yeah, send them back. Look, they brought your phone. Yeah.
They're beautiful. Thank you.
Why don't we get your team to squeeze in here? I'll move out of the way so that.
Come on in, come on in. And it's not your soapbox, it's your 5 minutes. Tell us whatever you want. You earned it, 30 years.
Am I supposed to be holding this?
Yes. Okay. You want to come closer? Let's get in there.
Gabby.
Lily, can I give you my phone? Okay. Sorry, Lily. Thank you so much.
Okay, 1, 2, 3.
Don't blink.
It's the glare off the glasses that matter.
Thank you.
There's one more over there.
Thank you,
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, 4 grandkids.
Well, good for you.
Yeah.
They're all in Texas?
I have 2 here, but 4 there. And the 4 there start at age 4.
Oh,
So
you're gonna have fun.
yes. And I'm already on a nonprofit board.
They'll keep you busy, so I'll keep you very busy.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
No, I think it's.
Do we have one more? Yeah. Yeah. This is the last presentation for the evening. It's a presentation of a commendation to Casa de Vida on the occasion of its 21st anniversary. And for that, I'd like to call Julie Moreno, who will accept the commendation. Hi, Julie. That's what we want to read this one? If you don't mind.
Hi, Fernando. Good to see you.
All right, this is a commendation for the Casa de Vida 21st anniversary. Whereas for 21 years, Casa de Vida has operated a residential drug and alcohol recovery program in Oxnard, providing individuals with support and resources needed to overcome addiction. And whereas Casa de Vida was founded in 2005 by Jose and Julie Moreno with the vision of creating a safe, structured, and faith-based environment where individuals facing addiction could rebuild their lives, strengthen their faith, and restore family relationships. And whereas over the past 2 decades, Casa de Vida has made a meaningful impact on the lives of hundreds of individuals by fostering long-term recovery, personal responsibility, life skills development, employment readiness, and self-sufficiency through compassionate care and strong community partnerships. And whereas Casa de Vida has remained steadfast in its mission of hope, healing, and transformation, empowering individuals to overcome addiction, become productive and contributing members of society, strengthening families, collaborate with local organizations, and positively enrich the Ventura County community. And now, therefore, the City Council of the City of Oxnard congratulates Casa de Vida on its 21st anniversary of dedicated service to the Oxnard community and extends its sincere appreciation and best wishes for continued success in all future endeavors. In witness thereof, Louis MacArthur, Mayor of the City of Oxnard, on behalf of the entire City Council, has set his hand and caused the Great Seal of the City of Oxnard to be affixed this 19th day of May 2026. Congratulations.
Thank you and welcome everybody. It's always been a great pleasure to be of service to the City of Oxnard and really Ventura County and sometimes beyond. I really wanted to thank all of our supporters. We have a few here, and Ventura Missionary Church. We team up with Oxnard Pride. We have Mr. Booz and Judy out there. And, I actually have a graduate here. I think I'm not even sure, she's about 10 years sober and is a counselor now here in the City of Oxnard. And we're just doing great things for people who need help. There is always hope for those who want help. And we are just one of the services that is available for the City of Oxnard. Once again, thank you to all of our supporters.
Do you mind taking a picture?
This one you're in.
Thank you.
There's another one over there and over there.
You guys are welcome to come up if you want to come up.
You're welcome.
Closer, you got it?
Okay. Here we go. Don't be shy.
You come around, you want to come inside? Or?
All right. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
In front of me is an Oxnard elementary school teacher.
Hey.
She's retired. And the other one is a school teacher also.
Introduce the gentleman.
Yes. Who's next to you?
They're not gonna like this spotlight. One of them is a retired school teacher, Jenna. Raise your hand, Jenna. And Marisol is actively still teaching second grade. We were all colleagues for second grade. So, yeah. Thank you, everybody.
Who's the gentleman? Johnny.
Oh, this is Johnny, I'm sorry. This is Johnny Ordaz, and he was a program director, and he's been with us for over 18 years.
Julie.
Here we have 2 speakers in person, and we're supposed to have a couple more virtually.
And again, just congratulations to Julie Moreno and the celebration of the 21st anniversary. It's because of organizations like yourselves and people like you. I mean, things don't happen by accident. It takes leaders like yourself to have a vision and to implement it, and only you know the amount of sacrifices you made to put something like this and all that benefited because of your desire to help. And so thank you. Yes, go ahead.
If I could just have a quick moment, thank you, Mayor. And I want to echo what the mayor has said. Thank you for the service you provide for the many participants who go through your program. And it's not lost on me that May is also Mental Health Month. And I'm sure in the work that you do, you see absolutely the crossover between folks who have mental health challenges or live with their mental health challenges, as well as the crossover with substance use disorders and how those things often go hand in hand. And you can't treat one without treating the other. and making sure that the whole person is addressed through that. And I just appreciate the work you do, because it is not easy work, and you never give up on people, and everybody deserves a chance to have someone who puts that hand out for them, we'll give them a hand up, so that way that may be the chance that they need to turn it all around. And programs like yours is exactly why you exist and why you do the work that you do. So thank you very much for it. It's very important work. So appreciate your services.
Yes, go ahead, Councilmember.
Yes, I'd like to thank all of the people that came up, but I cannot let a Memorial Day go by without a clarification. A lot of people want to thank the veterans for their service. Memorial Day for the veterans whose lives were taken. They weren't given, they were taken. A very big, significant difference. I also want to thank the young lady that retired, but Casa de Vida has done a terrific job, and we have one individual in the room, Mr. Marvin Booz, who was a partner to Michael Mercurio with Neighborhood Pride. Casa de Vida did a tremendous amount of work with Neighborhood Pride, Marvin Booz, in cleaning up various areas of the city of Oxnard. The one that comes to mind is the tremendous job all of us did. Mayor Pro Tem was involved in that also, on the Patterson Avenue cleanup. I want to thank you all, and Mr. Booz, Neighborhood Pride, thank you.
And thank you for saying that. I just see Mr. Booz out there, and I know I stated already with Julie Moreno and others. I tell you, it's really, I mean, I can't drive this home enough. It's people like yourselves that really enhance the quality of life for all of us. Not too long ago, I was with Julie. I mean, she's out there washing dishes to help the homeless population here in our city. You know, somebody like that doesn't look for any credit in the back, but doing it because she feels a need to help. And that's what defines, I think, our communities. People like that who then really invite others and motivate others to participate and to join in. And so I'm just a heartfelt thank you to you, Julie, and Johnny, and everyone else, the teachers, and we're doing this great work. And to you, Mr. Booz, that sometimes these things just, you don't get enough thanks and enough recognition. You just do it because you sincerely want to do better for our community. But I just want to acknowledge that we see it, though it's not talked about, we see it and we acknowledge it. And so a sincere thank you. And with that, we will go to the next item on the agenda. This is for public comments for items not on the agenda. A person may address the legislative body at this time only on matters not appearing on the agenda and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the legislative body. Speaker requests shall be submitted as set forth on the first page of this agenda. Speakers are limited to 3 minutes. After 30 minutes, if all speakers have not had the opportunity to speak, the remaining speakers will be given an opportunity to speak prior to the adjournment of the meeting. The legislative body cannot enter into a detailed discussion or take action on items presented during public comments. At this time, such items may be referred to the city manager for administrative action or scheduled on a subsequent agenda for discussion. Persons wishing to speak on public hearing items should do so at this time, at the time of the hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on items not on the agenda and for non-action items can come forward and fill out a speaker card. Or if you're joining us virtually, please press *9 to raise your hand. And we'll start with Mr. Larry Stein, if he's here.
He's coming right in.
Okay. And followed by Senior Pastor Greg Runyon. Well, yeah, Senior Pastor. Yeah.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor,
Good evening.
members of City Council, staff, audience, and general public. I was going to speak another item, but because item N was polled, I'm going to try to address some of the issues on measure N that was polled. One of the concerns I have is the fact we have unfunded liabilities. These unfunded liabilities include things like the sports park. That money was received, but not built. Fire Station 9, funds were received and not built. We have the seawalls that's been promised by the city to repair the seawalls. We have the pool at College Park, $5 million received. Money was spent on development plans, but the funds were spent and there's no plans. There are contingency plans to build a swimming pool for $65 million. These are all liabilities, all contingent liabilities, unfunded liabilities, but liabilities all nonetheless. Where on the balance sheet are these unfunded liabilities? I could not find them. And now, that could be because I don't see very well. I mean, that's a strong possibility. Another possibility is the fact they may not be on the balance sheet, so I can't see what isn't there. Now, along those lines, there are plans of building things and contingency plans for building things and priorities set by the city manager. The city manager sent out a survey to ask how we want to prioritize things. And he discussed that survey April 30th. I submitted a public record request to see those surveys. The city manager's office has refused to provide those surveys, despite numerous requests. The response back from the city manager's office, in fact, they're still working on the surveys. But you present a report on the surveys April 30th, but you forgot to include the Latino community. Oops! The Latinos comprise over 65% of the population in the city. We decided not to include them in the survey. So how come we have the prioritized surveys when we exclude 65% of the population? Again, I ask you to consider the fact that we don't have contingency liabilities on our balance sheets. I think they should be included. Thank you much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Stein. Senior Pastor Runyon?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. He's having fun with me because we had our National Day of Prayer event, and he and Councilman Starr and Councilman Rodriguez were there, and I want to thank you for that. But we went to the police memorial, and we have a Spanish church that meets with us, and so the pastor got a chance to meet Mayor MacArthur and kept telling him that I was their senior pastor, and his eyes lit up. You're just trying to get me back because I joked with you about how you handled Pacifica. I wanted to say, though, that the National Day of Prayer was a success because of the people that were there, the reason that we were there, but also what made the memorial a success is that we are all different people. We don't look alike, we don't talk alike, we don't think alike, but we can try to have the same values, the same character. And the police memorial event, I used to go all the time. I hadn't gone in a few years, and I went this year. And there were two things I wanted to share. One of them was the police chief got up and I thought gave a very moving and eloquent explanation of what the bagpipes meant in combination with the song Amazing Grace. There is a huge story behind Amazing Grace, but what he talked about was when you hear that song played in those bagpipes, it helps with the redemption from despair of the soul. And if you think about the world today, many of us exclude the things we don't like, and it feeds the despair of our souls. We look around at all the things we don't like, whether it's a war, whether it's a president, whether it's a governor, whether it's whatever. And our soul starts to fill up with this despair and this pain of we need to fight that instead of finding out what redemption means, what reconciliation means, and fighting for that. That's why the Day of Prayer was important, because we united around something that lifted us up but didn't tear us down. So my hope is that those of you that attended and those of you that didn't will unite around the things that build us up, especially as we go forward in the days to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor. Madam Clerk, does that conclude the public speakers?
Mayor and council members, we have a couple of virtual speakers, so we'll move to the first virtual speaker. Virtual speaker, if you can press *6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes starting now.
Madam Clerk, please play my video. Thank you.
On April 28th, local contractor Victor Scatoni stood before the Public Works and Transportation Committee and told them that he'd contacted the city of Oxnard 19 times about money it owes him on a job he'd already completed. 19 times, no meeting, no resolution, no response. There seems to be a clear pattern of abuse in the city that much of the city council wants to ignore. Just after midnight on Easter Sunday, I emailed the city for information on a special use permit for my historic home. By 6 a.m., Councilmember Bert Perello had forwarded my application to City Manager Alex Nguyen and City Attorney Stephen Fisher and his henchman, Kenneth Roselle, who have pending Bar Association complaints against them. Bert Perello also forwarded it to my Wilson neighbor, Angela Whitecomb. He forwarded it to Planning Commissioner Steve Nash, who technically would be one of the people to decide its fate. He forwarded it to Deirdre Frank, his attorney girlfriend, and CC'd select neighbors of mine that he thought might want to stir up trouble. I already reported this to you all, and all I got? A few hours later, my neighbor, former Mayor Tim Flynn, left me a voicemail saying, in part,
"Hi, Eric. Good morning and happy Easter. Actually, good afternoon. It's Tim Flynn, and I actually just read your application to the city of Oxnard, and I want to compliment you, Eric, for the way you put that together. It was really professionally done. If you did that all by yourself, you should be in a position to be a planner with the city of Oxnard. But it's highly one of the best things I've read."
In each of Bert's forwards, he simply wrote, FYI. Well, FYI, Bert, I'm onto your little gossip train and retaliation tactics. How's that for facts and evidence? A separate public records request revealed that Joe Pearson's correspondence with me was secretly being blind copied to Kenneth Roselle, Jason Zaragoza, and Ashley Golden. Pearson purposely misled me as to who was copied. He made it a point to show that he blind copied the city council, but then purposely hid who else was copied. I was starting to feel paranoid, so I did a public record request and got the evidence. My every move in the city seems to be being secretly monitored by Kenneth Roselle, just like he apparently did to elected treasurer Phil Molina and then tried to railroad him. It's clear that plans are already underway to thwart my SUP application before I even file it, and I'd lose over $11,000 in filing fees. And in case you think I'm being dramatic, here's Assistant City Manager Eric Sonstegard last month.
If you're going to get the minimally acceptable level of service, you're not going to get a platinum level of service.
This council applauds staff regularly for the great job they're doing. Great job at what, exactly? I'm asking all of you, especially you, Bert Perello and Gabriela Basua, is this the kind of staff efforts that you want to applaud where contractors aren't paid and residents are monitored like this city has its own KGB? This is clearly the mandate of the city manager and the attorney's offices. They already lost in court over the railroading of Phil Molina. Will they never learn? When this city goes down because of their corruption and paranoia, where will you all be to be held accountable? On April 28th,
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll go to the next virtual speaker.
Virtual speaker, if you can press *6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes starting now.
Good evening, Mayor MacArthur, City Council, City staff. My name is Sarah Wilczewski. I'm a volunteer with 805 Undocu and a resident of Oxnard. I'm here to update you guys on the latest kidnapping numbers from ICE. In the 805 area code, ICE has abducted 1,984 people. In Ventura County, 944 people. In Oxnard, 176. These are the numbers from January of 2025 to 10 a.m. on May 18th. This week has been ICE has continued to hit Oxnard very hard, including, we believe, 4 abductions just yesterday, or no, day before yesterday, sorry. And And they also raided the homes of several volunteers for VC Defensa and former volunteers. And the one of the VC Defensa's workplaces. So it's been kind of a tough 2 weeks, but we continue, and I will continue to provide updates because everyone deserves their story to be told. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah, for calling in. Madam Clerk, we'll go to the next virtual caller.
Virtual speaker, you please press *6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes starting now.
Hello, Madam Clerk. Before you start the clock, there's a video that I want to play. However, because I'm calling virtually, there may be a delay in the video and what I have to say. So, just wanted to set the stage here. So hopefully I don't lose any time. So, if you could please play the video, and then I will speak.
You only go to council members,
then a part
this
of the
email
committee.
indicates it goes to somebody named Alicia. Okay.
She's a lady that I asked to be my deputy treasurer, and she's accepted that position.
Given that my wife's name has come up several times about this, I want to be very, very clear. She has not accepted the position that has been offered to her.
Okay.
She's a lady that I asked to be my deputy treasurer, and she's accepted that position.
In other words, it's a lie, what has been presented to us?
Okay, Mr. Pearl.
I'm simply saying that she's never applied for the position. She's never accepted the position.
Okay.
She's a lady that I asked to be my deputy treasurer, and she's accepted that position.
Okay. Any other questions?
So yes, actually, we do have more questions. But first of all, my name is Manuel Herrera. I am creator of Citizens for a Better Oxnard. However, I am here exercising my First Amendment right as a public citizen. So here's the bottom line. The citizens of Oxnard want and deserve a city official they can trust. But in this video, either Aaron Starr or Phil Molina is lying. But which one? If both of them flat out contradict each other, then which one do we believe? And what makes it even worse is that they both have a public history of misrepresenting the facts. If Aaron Starr is lying about Alicia accepting the position, then he lied to the people of Oxnard, and it's on the record. If Molina is lying, then why does Starr continue to support and defend someone who directly lies to the residents of Oxnard? Oxnard deserves better than Aaron Starr and Phil Molina. Mr. Mayor, that concludes my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Herrera, for calling in and for your comments. Madam Clerk, does that conclude the virtual speakers?
Mayor and council members, yes, that concludes our speakers in person and virtually for items not on the agenda. Thank you.
Mayor,
Yes, go ahead, Councilmember.
I have a question, Mayor. Can we possibly get a quick response to the comments that were made in the video presentation about not paying a bill?
You're talking about the very beginning? About the contractor?
Yes.
So this is not a place where I can get into the details of that. But let me just be make a very simple statement. Does anyone remember what Kevin Costner said to Susan Sarandon in Bull Durham? Let me paraphrase. I'm not interested in anyone who takes that guy seriously. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Okay. Good, Mr. Go
Mayor,
ahead.
my question
Go
goes
ahead,
a
Mr.
little
Pro.
further. If we can't get a quick thing, I'd like to get an address and then put this on an agenda, one of the committees, or better yet, all 6 of us on the city council to find out. I don't want to work for a city that doesn't pay his bills, but I don't want to have somebody claiming a falsehood.
We'll ask for the item to be brought back to council on a future agenda. Thank you, Mr. Samsagard, for making note of that. We will go next to the next item on the agenda. This is item H. This is the report of the city manager. Alex?
Okay, 3 quick things tonight. So the first we talked about last meeting already. It is the Public Works Annual Open House presentation. I thought it was called the rodeo. I guess they dropped that name. So this is occurring tomorrow at Plaza Park, starting at 1 p.m. and it will go until 7 p.m. This is free. All these 4 events I'm going to mention are free and open to the public. So these are great family events. Come and learn about all the interesting things that your folks at Public Works does to serve this community. And I still say that the kids are much more fascinated by some of these vehicles than they are by fire trucks. Okay, so that again, open to all families, free, tomorrow 1 p.m. to 7 p.m. here downtown at Plaza Park. Next one I don't have a slide for, but it was mentioned earlier tonight. That's Monday is the annual Memorial Day commemoration. That is also open to the public and free, and that is also downtown at Plaza Park and begins sharply at 11 a.m. Again, that's Monday on Memorial Day. Next, June is Pride Month. So as we've been doing for many years now, we will have the flag raising ceremony, and that will be at 8:30 a.m. on Monday, June 1st, right here in front of the City Council chambers. Again, also free and open and inviting the public. The Progress Pride flag raising ceremony, Monday, June 1st, 8:30 a.m., right in front of these City Council chambers, 305 West 3rd Street. And finally, our annual Insect Festival is going to occur on Saturday, June 6th, also at Plaza Park, also free and open to the public. This is a tremendous family event. So bring everyone. It begins at 10 a.m. and will run until 4 p.m. Plaza Park, right in the middle of downtown. Come and learn and experience all kinds of insects. And this year, the special guests are bees, all things bees. So there will be a special focus on bees. I'm glad they're still around. Okay, so that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. The next item on the agenda is item I. This is a report from our city council members. We'll start to my left with Councilwoman Perez.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to first start off my report by thanking those who put the food distribution and health fair together at the Southwinds Park last Saturday. Simultaneously, I had the opportunity to attend the United Farm Worker Foundation's workshop. Their legal team provided free services for DACA renewals, citizenship pathways, and other related consultation services. On Sunday, I also recognize that the city put together the mural project. It got started at the South Oxnard Library, so wanted to thank all the staff that made that possible. I know that was something that Councilmember Basua and I strongly advocated for, so it's really looking forward to seeing that mural come to life, and wanted to again to thank all the folks that made that event possible. I also had the opportunity to join the Redwood Neighborhood Council meeting and grateful for all the folks that put that together on Wednesday, May 6th, and on Thursday, May 7th, the following day, I had the opportunity to attend our Southwinds Neighborhood Council meetings. Highly encourage our community members who want to become active in the community to get involved with how local government works, ways to just get involved with your neighborhood. Those are perfect places to go, and really just wanted to pause to take a moment to thank all the neighborhood council chairs in District 6 I'm pretty lucky to work directly with them on issues that are related to the 8 neighborhoods within the district, and also wanted to thank our city staff for continuing to ensure that issues are addressed in a timely manner. Tomorrow, I'll also be joining CAUSE for a meeting that they will be having regarding the Ormond Beach Power Plant, and looking forward to continued collaboration and supporting our constituency in South Oxnard. And that is my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilmember Perlow?
Thank you, Mayor. If I could ask the city clerk to come up, please. I have a document for each of the council members, and I've got copies for the public to put at the table. I'm sharing this. I had no idea Mr. Herrera was going to make a comment tonight, but it's about time the public finds out facts and fiction. The 6 are for the council, and this is for the public. The last week, I had the opportunity to go to the city of Fresno to be involved in a education for trainings for the State of California Department of Water and Resources Floodplain Management Association. 2 representatives, both engineers for the city of Oxnard, were in attendance. They did a terrific job representing the city. One of them is here in the audience. Thank you again for the job that you did. The presentation was having to do with the city of Oxnard and the involvement with the county on SCR 3, the levy. And the levy issue has to do with what was involved over 20 years worth of work to get it to this point, and the things that are going on and how things are done. And there's more to say about that, but there's a limited amount of time that I have. If those that have some interest, you can look at this document. And this document isn't a claim. This document is sent from the Bank of America when they were contacted by our city treasurer asking to have Miss Alicia Purcell identified as the city treasurer, assistant city treasurer. Miss Alicia Purcell happens to be the wife of sitting city councilman Aaron Starr. This was done on February 3rd of 25. SPACs speak for themselves. It's significant to understand when people talk about trust, when I have someone that will attempt to put somebody in a position that can move the money around, make decisions with your money that is not approved, not legal, it stands to question the integrity of the individual. Those are my comments, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember.
And I hope the council members take a look at this.
Thank you, Councilmember. Mayor Pro Tem?
Is there a signature, by the way, on this? Because I don't see any. I just see a document. Where is the signature that would be where it would show that somebody actually accepted that position? There is none.
Probably ask the treasurer on that one. All right, thank you, Mayor, for the floor. Just real quickly, since our last meeting, yesterday was at the Orchard Park Neighborhood Council meeting, and they had a very robust discussion on parking permit programs. And I was able to get an update from our public works staff that I shared with them, as well as the South Bank neighborhood and the Sierra Linda neighborhood about the the Vineyard Corridor and Vineyard and H Street intersection. And I did that not realizing that folks are going to be here to speak on that tonight. So I'm happy to see that folks are here. And so I'm glad that you all hosted that meeting last week where that was an agendized item. So appreciate that. And this Friday will be taking part as one of the volunteer chaperones for the grad night for our 8th grade students who are promoting from 8th grade to 9th grade. And a long-standing tradition in the city of Oxnard that they go to a theme park, and they'll be going to Universal Studios, and I'll be attending with them as well as my wife, and we'll be chaperoning a bus of up to 50 8th graders. And so I'm looking forward to it. It's a lot of fun. And I'm not saying that sarcastically, it really is a lot of fun. And so I appreciate all of the work that our recreation staff puts into that every single year. And it's not lost on me how many young people this may be, those who are from the city of Oxnard, this may be the first time they've gone to a theme park or had the opportunity to go to Universal Studios. And it's a nice celebratory event for them. So I'm happy to be part of it and privileged to be able to do that. And last thing is for the city clerk and for Diego and our other techs in the back, I just want to say thank you to all of them. Anyone who tunes in to each episode of the city council meeting each week, the last 2 weeks you may have noticed I joined remotely because I was traveling for my full-time day job. And so I just wanted to say thank you to both of them for the help and the extra steps it takes to allow a council member to join remotely. And so just thank you for all your work, Madam Clerk, and thank you to our folks in the back. So those are my comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. We'll go to my right, Councilwoman Abasua.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to wish everybody a happy Memorial's Day. Hope everybody gets to come out to Plaza Park. And also, I'd like to take this moment to just wish my daughter a 21st happy birthday, which makes me feel old because she's my baby. So she's 21. So if she's watching, maybe she is, maybe she's not. I just want to let her know I'm extremely proud of her and the woman she's become. And I just love her with all my heart, and I hope she has a great day. That's it.
Sweet. Thank you. Good. Councilmember Starr, go ahead.
Thank you. I attended the National Day of Prayer. I found it very uplifting. I think it's important that we believe in something that's more important than ourselves. I think that it brought people together, and I think that it really helps with the character and development of a society when we recognize that. On May 13th, I attended the Oxnard Police Department Annual Memorial, and it was a solemn occasion. I think the one thing that kind of moved me the most was hearing the bagpipes from the granddaughter of one of the police officers that was killed. She'd never met her grandfather, but she was there to play the bagpipes in honoring him and the others. So I was actually quite moved by that. I did attend the Ventura Council of Governments meeting. They didn't have a quorum, so we couldn't get any official business done, but there were some presentations, one by Toby Mitchell and David Goldstein of the county's Integrated Waste Management Division, going over a 5-year report, how they're trying to deal with Assembly Bill 939 and Senate Bill 1383, which all has to do with how we recycle or how we handle biodegradable diversion, I guess, for lack of a better word. The state has a goal of 75% landfill conversion, and that's difficult to achieve. So this county's got a lot to figure out, but they're working on it. I attended the Eastside Little League closing ceremonies, and it's just really great to see the kids involved in Little League. And I'm especially a big fan of girls being involved with organized sports. I think it's very important. It's a competitive world. I think that we got to think about our daughters, not just our sons. Our daughters need to be able to, give as good as they can take in this world, and I think that sports actually helps them a lot with that. I want to thank Morgan Kessler and Michael Wolf for the capital improvement program briefing that was given to me earlier this week. Very thorough, helped me with my thought process, and I appreciate having the information very much so. And then I want to thank Eric Sonstegard, Ashley Golden, and Javier Chagoyan Lazara, I'm always mispronouncing that, for their budget preview meeting. Finally, upcoming, we have on May 20th, the East Village Neighborhood Council meeting, and on May 21st, the Rio Lindo Neighborhood Council meeting, both run by very competent chairs. And I apologize that I won't be at either one of them this week because I'll be traveling this week. But I do encourage folks to attend and get involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilwoman Rodriguez, go ahead.
Yes, thank you so much. I also had the privilege of attending the National Day of Prayer, so I thank all the communities that came together to make that happen and be in solidarity with one another. I was fortunate enough to officially receive a check from Congresswoman Julia Brownlee for $1,090,000. And I know some of my other fellow council members were also there, but we're really excited about that project because that's gonna allow us to be able to replace cast iron pipes for safe drinking water. So yes, our water in Oxnard is safe for us to drink from tap, and I drink it all the time. I enjoy it. But it really, sometimes we don't see all the work that happens underground, and just the safety, the wellness of our community is very important. So rest assured, I thank Congresswoman Julia Brownlee and all the folks who made that happen. So folks on the city staff, our Public Works Department, and just the effort and making sure that the resources trickle down to our community. So District 4 is grateful, and that is definitely supporting, I know, 588 acres underground in the Kamala and Hobson areas. And I know that we do the best we can with what we have. So that happened. And what else? I attended the Airport Commission meeting, and I know we approved the budget for fiscal year 27. I attended Gold Coast Transit District, and we're doing the best with the resources and clean buses in terms of legislation from the state of California, and federal changes maybe not adding up. So I think that Gold Coast is doing a pretty good job navigating those waters and at least planning for the next few years for reliable transportation. I know a few meetings ago I talked about the changes in our routes, trying to be more efficient, so that will launch in mid-July. And I want to take off this privilege, take a moment to take off my hat as a councilwoman and just speak as a tia, because today is also my nephew's birthday, so they're all celebrating right now, and hopefully he's watching. But happy birthday, Roberto! And I'm really excited for a strong young man who is a baseball pitcher and really good at it. So anyway, putting my councilwoman hat back on, I think that's it for now. There's just a lot of events. It seems like it's only been 2 weeks, but a lot happens in between. So I apologize if I missed any other commitments that I did attend.
Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say, Councilwoman, it's not a party until somebody turns on the local legislative body proceedings. So that sounds like it's great. They're having a great time, I'm sure.
And I know we've got a thick agenda. I would just briefly say I always make myself available to meet with constituents both in my office and out in the field. I visited several schools and actually thanked, I don't see her here, but just a thank you to our housing director, Brenda Lopez. A student came up with a project on housing and rent, and so Brenda's helping me provide the information to this particular student and the team to be able to do their work. Also attended the Rebozo Festival. I know, Councilwoman, you were there. My family and I had the distinct pleasure of welcoming guests to the 22nd Annual Rebozo Festival. Rebozo is a traditional hand-woven Mexican shawl that is deeply rooted in the country's history, culture, and identity. It's become a symbol of Mexican pride in the form of wearable art. The Rebozo Festival was established by Irma Lopez, the mayor's wife, back 22 years ago, to raise funds for nonprofit organizations in Ventura County that focus on cultural, social, and educational needs of our region. Thank you. Yeah, one of the recipients of the funds at the festival was the Friends of Field Workers that were recognized and received financial support. Also grateful to Senior Pastor Greg Runyon, as well as Adam Lopez from Revive Church, Pastor Fernie Estrada, Pastor Nelson Feliciano, for bringing our community together at Lions Park to observe National Day of Prayer. I had the honor of joining the police department and fire department, including our police chief who was there, as well as members of his staff. The Day of Prayer fosters a sense of collective unity, shared vulnerability, and amplified spiritual connection For me, knowing that others are united in prayer provides a comforting support system, reminding us all that we do not face personal societal struggles by ourselves, and the day of prayer transforms individual reflection into collective action. And with that, it really inspires other people to commit to serve and uplift our community. And a clear testament to that is, while there, I shared that I had connected with a family who was facing eviction because they didn't have the money for rent. And very quickly, Senior Pastor Runyon, as well as the other pastors, got together. And between all of us, we pulled the money necessary to be able to support this family paying her rent. And that is a testament of unity and helping out the most vulnerable in our community. So I'm thankful to them. I also had an opportunity to attend the Palomazo Music Series events. Palomazo is held here in downtown Oxnard, a vibrant celebration of live music, art, culture, and the event is organized by Rolando and Eddie at Piripao. And I invite others to come and join. The next one is on the 29th with the actual festival happening on June 13th. And also had the opportunity to attend a couple of council meetings or neighborhood council meetings, including Rose Park, and connecting with others. And just lastly, just working hard to bring together the July 3rd event, which I invite all of you to join us. It's a celebration of America's 250. And it's going to be very unique as to what it means to be an American here in our city. So it'll be from 3 to about 10 o'clock at night. It'll feature a nice kid play area, the rec department's choo-choo train, the rec department's support, which I'm very grateful for, as well as other nonprofits that will be providing free arts and crafts for our kids. We'll have live music. And this is a collaboration with the downtowners who are working together with me to bring this event free of charge to our community to celebrate. And just lastly, working with the folks at the Heritage Square, trying to see if we can put together a World Cup watch party. So I'm working hard on that. So as soon as we're able to solidify that agreement, I'll make the formal invitation for all of our community to join. Again, another free event to bring people together, because I'm really committed to making our city vibrant and collaborating with others to support that, just to make it alive and bring people to our downtown. Because much like we talk about here, gatherings, whether it be a neighborhood council meeting, whether it be just any event that brings people together, gives us an opportunity to really strengthen relationships and collaborate and get things done and make our city vibrant and just live our life. So I'm very committed to doing that. So thank you for hearing me out.
Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I'd like to also thank Councilwoman Rodriguez for attending as an alternate for the Airport Authority. I got there late, but I want to thank you for attending. I want to thank Councilmember Starr for going to the VCOG meeting. I understand there was not a quorum, but I want to thank you for filling for me. And I also want to recognize, I did attend with Councilman Starr and the mayor, the Police Memorial Service. Ladies and gentlemen, if you ever get a chance to do that, it's tremendous. But at that particular occasion, and it's not the first time, the young lady, one of the two people playing the bagpipes, is the granddaughter of one of the slain officers. Also, her father is a police officer, stood watch near his portrait. Tremendously touching.
Thank you, Councilmember. We'll go to the next item on the agenda. This is item J. This is the review of the info consent agenda. Thank you so much. Does a member of council have any items they wish to?
I wish to pull number 10.
Okay, number 10. Anyone else?
3 and 5.
Councilmember Starr, 3 and 5 for you? Okay.
3 and 5. And will we need a separate vote on L2 because it's the Housing Authority this evening?
Mayor and Councilmember Starr, yes, that will be, there will be a separate motion for item L2 and L9 for the Housing Authority.
Okay. And I think L9 is actually a receive and file. I guess at this point in time, I'd like to have a motion. I'd like to move that we approve L2.
I'll second that motion. Madam Clerk, are there any public speakers for item L2 before we take the vote on that?
Mayor and council members, no, there are no requests to speak on those two items in person or, well, I'm sorry, Mayor, we do have somebody virtually, so let's take that caller first.
Okay.
Virtual speaker, if you can press *6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes starting now.
Okay, first of all, I've told you guys a million times now, you have to take public comment on every agenda item. You can't pass them by. This is for the last agenda item. The fact that the mayor lets the city manager, and all of you for that matter, behave so unprofessionally is unconscionable. And remember, at the last meeting, I informed you how Nguyen isn't even a member of the professional association that disciplines city managers. So you all have no recourse to reprimand him for his childish antics except to fire him. And his contract, in many occasions, will trigger a very lucrative golden parachute. That's why I'm working so hard to document all of his illegal maneuverings in this city, and hence why he's quoting movies thinking he's hot shit. Why are you all so afraid of him and afraid to put him in his place? 2, I remember several meetings when Bert Perello reprimanded Aaron Starr for not going to staff before meetings so as to not spring things on the staff, and council during the meetings and taking up time. Now here he is tonight, also grandstanding, providing documents to the council, but no one has had the time to read it, so it can't be commented on, and the public out here can't see it at all. But thank you, Aaron, for pointing out that it has no signatures on it. Guess Bert's lawyer girlfriend missed that technicality. And now here he is grandstanding tonight, showing his true colors. He speaks for his own agenda, not his constituents. And to Manny Herrera, Councilman Starr can make a clarification on one issue and not have it affect his issues on a multitude of other issues. You're trying to conflate multiple issues for your recall campaign, clearly because it can't stand on its own merits, and you have to be all dramatic with things like this. So Mayor, please, if you're gonna run these meetings, run the meeting, but don't let Alex Nguyen keep getting away with shit. He's egotistical and he's breaking the law, and you've got to stop him. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Andrus. Madam Clerk, are there any other speakers virtually? If not, we'll go to Mr. Larry Stein, who's here in person.
Mayor and council members, that concludes our speakers virtually.
Thank you. Mr. Stein?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, staff, audience, and members at large, especially TV land. I'm somewhat concerned about the item dealing with the interim financial reports being resolved. Maybe it's my eyes, but I just don't be able to see anything regarding contingent liabilities on prior financial statements. Maybe because there aren't any contingent liabilities. Perhaps when things like the Urban Water Master Plan has not been funded, the fact the City Council decides, hey, we may not want to support the Urban Water Master Plan. Because one City Council member has stated that we have a right to change our minds. We may not want to do this thing. Again, we have staff members who believe that they can change plans, even though they've been approved by prior City Councils. I'd like to get a clarification as we refer to the prior, now, except we have a violation of the Public Records Act when 2 City Council members are speaking to each other during a public meeting. That's a violation of the law. So the issue that we have a contingent liability on the agenda, on our report that may or may not be there. To what extent can City Council change the desires that have been approved by prior City Council members? prior city councils approved things like the Urban Water Master Plan. We've not funded the Urban Water Master Plan. It has been decided the city council is not going to support the Urban Water Master Plan. If you are supporting Urban Water Master Plan and other projects, how come the liabilities for building these projects aren't on the CIP report? How come these liabilities aren't showing up as unfunded liabilities on a balance sheet? Because these liabilities do exist. The Fire Station 9 was supposed to be built. The sports park was supposed to be built. The Urban Water Master Plan is supposed to be constructed. Seawalls are supposed to be constructed. We have a number of projects supposed to be constructed that aren't showing up as being funded. So they're unfunded. These are contingent liabilities. I'm just wondering why they're not being addressed on our prior financial statements. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Stein. Madam Clerk, does that conclude the speakers?
Mayor and council members, yes, that concludes our speakers in person and virtually for the information and consent agenda. Mayor, we do have a motion and a second for item L2.
Mayor, may I say something prior
Go,
to that?
Councilwoman.
And I'm sorry, Mr. Stein, it was rude of me to talk while you were talking, but I did hear all your comments and we had a long conversation regarding that topic. But it is really cold up here and I was just asking Councilmember Rodriguez if she needed a sweater. So that was the extent of that conversation, but I do apologize, you are correct. And it was not her fault, it was my fault.
Thank you for making that clarification. Yeah.
I'll take it. Thank you.
Go, also, we'll close the speaker portion for this item. Madam Clerk, that concludes the public speakers, but we will take a vote on this item, having a first and a second.
Mayor, Chair MacArthur, if we can go ahead and have you cast your votes? This would be for L2 and L9. L9 is a receive and file for the Oxnard Housing Authority.
Yes. Oh, I thought I did. Thank you.
Thank you, and this motion carries 7-0 for L2 and L9. Thank you.
Mayor,
Yes, go ahead, Councilmember.
so I'd like to make a motion that we approve L1, L4,
6.
L7, 10, 11, and 12. You're right, 11 and 12, thank you. The reason why I'm not bringing up L6 and L8 is because those are receiving file.
Yeah.
So L1, L4, L7, L11, L12.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk, call for the vote.
Mayor and council members, if you can go ahead and cast your vote. Thank you, and this motion carries 6-0. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll start with item L3. This was pulled by Councilmember Starr. This was from the Community Development Department. The subject entails deferred development impact fees agreement for Aspire Apartments. The recommendation that the Oxnard City Council approve and authorize the mayor to execute an agreement with Aspire Apartments LP, a California limited partnership, deferring development impact fees until the time of final inspection or the date the certificate of occupancy is issued, whichever comes first, in the amount of $2,223,063.54 for Aspire Apartments Project PZ 21-200-01, the Downtown Design Review Permit number. This item did not originate in committee. Aspire Apartments was approved at a public hearing by the Community Development Director on June 27th, 2022. Also pursuant to Government Code Section 66007, the city must allow for the deferral of these impact fees and charges upon request. I see Director Jeff Pingilly is here to answer any questions staff members may have. We'll start with you, Councilmember Starr. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. By the way, I'm generally fine with the concept of deferring fees until the building is completed. As I was reading this agenda item, and I kind of decided to go look into the government code section 66007 just to see what all the implications are of it. While I was reading it, I noted the following language. It said, on or before August 10 of each year, the building official of the local agency shall furnish in writing to the county auditor a description of each parcel of land for which a performance bond or letter of credit has not been posted within the local agency's jurisdiction, upon which fees or charges are unpaid, and the amount of the unpaid fees or charges. So I just have a request that in the future, the next time that this is filed, that the council be given a copy, because I'd like to have an idea of how much in deferred fees do we have out there that we're planning on collecting in the future. I don't know if it's in the hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars, but it'd be nice to know. So that's my only request today. Thank you.
Thank you.
We can do that.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Ms. Sprinkley. Any other questions or comments?
Just if we can get a response to that, are there interest charges on the deferred fees? And that's at the same time you answered the gentleman's question, you can answer that one. Thank you.
No, to my knowledge, there is no interest charge on the deferred fees.
Yeah, the code actually doesn't allow for the charging of interest on that.
And you also answered the question, Councilman Perlo. Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Sprinkley. That would suffice. If there's no other questions or comments on L3, what's the desire of council on this item? Thank you. Thank you. We have a first and a second. Madam Clerk, call for the vote.
Mayor and council members, if you can go ahead and cast your vote, please. Thank you, and this motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to L5. This is from the Cultural and Community Services Department. The subject entails a request for appropriation of funds from the Public Art Fund for the installation of public art. The recommendation is that the City Council, one, authorize the Cultural Arts Commission with staff support to administer a public call for artists for the design of asphalt art to be installed by an experienced operator in the Central Business District in support of the Downtown Vision Plan and the 4th Street Mobility Project. And two, appropriate $150,000 from the Public Art Fund, available fund balance, to the Downtown Arts Hub Mural Program for the design and installation of the asphalt art in the Central Business District. And I see Julie Estrada is here to answer any questions we may have. We'll start with you, Councilmember Starr.
Thank you. By the way, I really like this concept of the asphalt art, and I think it's a great opportunity for us to be the first in the county to actually use that. So my hat's off to you for bringing this to our attention. I especially like the traffic calming aspects of this. I think maybe it could create a less dangerous situation on the roads here. My question is, and maybe the Public Works Director might need to be part of this conversation. My question is on the durability of the asphalt. It just seems to me that the traffic would wear out the art over time, and I'm wondering how much of an ongoing maintenance burden are we taking on with this?
Of course. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of council. My name is Julia Estrada, Culture Arts Manager for the City of Oxnard. Part of our approach by bringing on a professional to do the actual installation of the art is the ability to implore traffic paint, like thermoplastics and those kinds of materials. In our research with other cities who have this art, when you use traditional paint, you're correct. It doesn't traditionally last more than about 24 months. But by imploring traffic materials into the artwork, not only are you also securing the driving surface, but you get 10 plus years out of it. So with minimal maintenance of power washing and just kind of keeping an eye on it, you do get a good period of time where it can stay in place by using traffic materials. So that's why we're taking the approach of a professional installer to be able to use those materials and preserve the artwork.
That's great. And my other question has to do with, I can see instances where some of this asphalt art is really creative out there. I've seen it where it actually looks like you're going to walk into a hole in the ground just because of just that 3D effect, just the optics. While I'm certain that in many cases that the asphalt art will have a traffic calming effect, I'm concerned about those strange cases where maybe somebody's distracted and it actually causes an accident. So my question surrounds, and maybe this is also a Public Works Director question or a legal question. I want to ask whether there's any design immunity concerns when it comes to the traffic engineering aspect, because we've got lots of liability these days where somebody sues us for any given reason, but if we're doing everything in accordance with whatever the required rules and regulations are, then we're protected from liability as a city. I just want to make sure that the powers that be are blessing this as something that still helps us qualify for design immunity should somebody get into an accident as a result of being distracted by the art.
Thank you, Councilmember El McCarran, Assistant City Attorney. And this type of project, public art, say in a crosswalk or something like that, would still qualify for design immunity. You would follow, obviously, these standards for the paint and the width and the dimensions and certain things that the prior speaker already told you guys about. And then secondly, if the driver's distracted, we don't have any control over that. They would essentially have to prove that we have a dangerous condition or a defect, and that would be very difficult to do here if we meet all of our other standards. And any design that comes forward would be signed off by the city engineer, just like any other traffic improvement would be. So we would have the protection of design immunity.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Michael Wolf, Director of Public Works. Just to add a little bit of context here. So most of you know, I kind of bring this up a lot. We do have manuals that talk about different devices that we're allowed to use. So, and we also get guidance from Federal Highways Administration, FHWA. So there are some guidance. There's guidance documents. It's not a lot out there, but there are guidance documents in terms of, what can and can't be. Or actually, it talks about different aspects of it. It doesn't tell you what you can't do or can do, but different aspects of it. One of the things they do talk about is not experimental 3D illustration. So that is one of the things they explicitly talk about. So I think to your point, as long as we go through the process, as City Attorney's Office mentioned, go through the process and make sure we have the right folks reviewing and approving it, and then using the right type of paint, using the right types of process. We put thermoplastic down a lot of places. We put green paint down for bike lanes and bike transition areas. And so we have those processes already in place for that. But there are some guidelines that we would make sure we utilize.
Thank you very much, Mayor. That answers my questions.
I appreciate it. If I can just make a comment, and I shared that with Mrs. Strutt. I'm actually extremely excited about this project. It goes perfectly aligned to my own vision to modernize and just beautify our city. And following that presentation by Julie, I read an article by the Bloomberg Philanthropy Group that indicated that about 50% reduction in crashes, supported by another academic study that came out. Simply, I think intersection art breaks the monotony, and so commuters slow down seeing the bright colored art and yield to pedestrians, so it actually increases pedestrian safety. And I'm glad you pointed out that protecting that artwork, it can endure up to maybe 10 years. So thank you for that. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'll just say that the Public Works Director already answered my question about the options and 3D not being one of them, because I was going to say, is it possible to have a 3D artwork that when you look at it from a certain angle, it looks like a motorcycle officer sitting on the corner? But I guess that's out of the question. So that's my question, Mayor.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Again, thank you, Julie. This is going to be great for our community. It really makes our community beautiful. And let's not forget, we were just designated a central art district, so it goes along with the 4th Street corridor and everything else. So it's beautiful.
So, Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to move the recommended action for L5.
Thank you, Councilmember Starr. I'll second that. Call for the vote, Madam Clerk.
Mayor, I'm sorry, who seconded?
Councilmember Starr, and then I made the second.
Thank you. If you can go ahead and cast your vote. Thank you, and this motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you. We will go to L7. This is from the Police Department. Resolution commending Assistant Chief Denise Morehouse. Recommendation that the City Council adopt a resolution commending Assistant Chief Denise Morehouse for over 30 years of exemplary service to the City of Oxnard Police Department. And Chief Benitez is here to answer any questions anyone may have. And I know that Mayor Pro Tem, you and also Councilman Perrello wanted to make some comments on this item. Go ahead, Councilman Perrello. I'll start with you.
Yes. For the public that doesn't get a chance to hear these things, we had a terrific individual tonight acknowledged for 30 years of service in the city. Some people come and they receive the recognition. Some people would rather not. This is an individual that when you read the information, and ladies and gentlemen, it's not long. I'm hoping our mayor can read this information for the public.
Yeah.
This woman was a groundbreaker. This woman did a lot of firsts. They're recognized in the statement, but unless someone reads it to you, you'll never know it. So Mayor, that's what I'm requesting, that you read this. It's an example of individuals that got involved in a job. They did tremendous, but they also stood up for a gender that was not at the time, 30 years of service, a lot of police women. There are many more police women now, but I think it needs to be acknowledged. She's done a heck of a job, and she did it all here. I hope you will read it.
Absolutely. I certainly will oblige. And for me, especially having worked with Assistant Chief Morehouse, I started about a year or so before she did, an exceptional human being, a great leader in our department. And I certainly will read this document presented by Chief Benitez. No, I'll read it. Here we go. Denise Morehouse began her service with the Oxnard Police Department on January 2nd, 1996, and has devoted 3 decades of exemplary service to protecting and servicing the community of Oxnard. Over the course of her distinguished and trailblazing career, Denise Morehouse has served in a wide range of critical assignments, including field training officer, narcotics detective, child abuse and sexual assault detective, internal affairs sergeant, patrol support commander, professional standards commander, and assistant police chief. As she rose through the ranks of officer to assistant police chief, she achieved significant milestones as the first woman to serve as a canine handler, commander, and assistant police chief in the department's history. And throughout her tenure, has exemplified exceptional leadership, integrity, and unwavering commitment to excellence. Beyond her professionalism, accomplishments, Denise has demonstrated a deep and lasting commitment to the Oxnard community through her service with the Seroptimus International of Oxnard, as a youth mentor with the Police Activities League, as a mentor for United Way Ventura County, Women United, reflecting her dedication to empowering others and strengthening the community she has so faithfully served. These accomplishments not only reflect her dedication, but also have helped pave the way for greater opportunity and representation within the public safety profession, while aspiring future generations of leaders. Through her leadership, mentorship, and commitment to the high standards of policing, she has strengthened the department, served the community with absolute honor, and helped set an example of what is possible through dedication, courage, and unwavering service to our city. And so, without hesitation, that I know we are all in agreement to recognize her and provide this recognition. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to read that.
If there's no comments, I'd make the motion to.
Yeah, I guess, Mayor Pro Tem, do you have a comment or?
Yes, I just wanted to take a moment to thank Assistant Chief Morehouse for her service to our community over 3 decades. And I appreciate Councilmember Perrello making that request and the mayor fulfilling it of reading the background from the staff report, because as Councilmember Perrello mentioned, it is city employees' prerogative if they want to do a little bit more low key or if they want to be during the ceremonial items. But I did want to take the opportunity to thank her for her service and the many milestones that she hit over the course of her career, and just wish her well in retirement. So thank you. And the council member had made the motion. I'm going to go ahead and second then.
Wonderful. Yeah. And I'll personally write the resolution. Madam Clerk, call for the vote.
Mayor and council members, if you can go ahead and cast your vote.
Thank you. And Chief, her retirement is tomorrow? Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, and this motion carries 7-0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay. That concludes the consent agenda items that were pulled. We will now move to item M1. This is the time and place set for a public hearing on item M1. Community Development Department, subject Avalon Homes, a 56-unit, single-family condominium development located at a property generally at the northeast side of the intersection of Beachcomber Street and Harbor Boulevard, bound by West Fifth Street, Harbor Boulevard, Catamaran Street, and the Edison Canal. Recommendation that the City Council, 1, conduct a public hearing, 2, adopt a resolution certifying the final environmental impact report for the Avalon Homes project, and 3, adopt a resolution approving planning and zoning permit number 16-300-03 for a tentative subdivision map subject to a certain findings and conditions of approval. And 4, adopt a resolution upholding the Planning Commission's decision to approve planning and zoning permit number 16-400-02 for a coastal development permit subject to certain findings and modified conditions of approval. This item did not originate in committee, and Director Jeff Pingilli from the Community Development Department is here. We start with the City Clerk's certification of publication and written communications, if any. Madam City Clerk.
Mayor and council members, there was a legal notice for this public hearing published in Be the Newspaper on May 7th, and the City Clerk's office received 4 written communications on this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do any council members have any ex parte communications or other disclosures regarding this matter to state for the record?
No.
No.
I spoke with the city attorney. That's the only thing I did.
Thank you, Councilman Perlo. Nothing from you, Mayor Pro Tem. Okay. Members of the public were invited to sign up to speak on this item on the city's website, and a person who did not sign up may do so now by submitting a speaker card or following the instructions posted on the agenda for this meeting and at the city's website, oxnard.org, city meetings. Jenny Peltier, Planning Supervisor, posted a video presentation regarding this item and is available to answer any brief clarifying questions council members may have before we take public testimony on this item. The council will deliberate after the public hearing has been closed. Do any council members have any questions at this time? Okay.
Okay.
Well, go ahead, Councilman Perlo.
Thank you. On page 333 of the staff report, first paragraph, the bottom last sentence, it identifies $43,808.91 per single-family dwelling unit will be an in lieu fee. Is that for every unit built, or is it only for the number that was required at 10%?
Good evening, Jamie Peltier, Planning Supervisor. The 43,000 is per unit.
For every unit in the development?
For every unit developed.
Thank you. If we have that amount of money in a pot, how many homes can we build with that amount of money somewhere else if we allow this to happen with the in lieu fee? Because I am inclined to support the Planning Commission and not allowing the in lieu fee. Do you have an idea if somebody could explain for me or anybody else watching, if we receive this amount of money, say 43,000, say round it off, $44,000 per each home, a developer will be able to pay that amount of money so the city can go somewhere else and build something for somebody else, low-oak housing. I'd like to know where that individual would be able to build something for $44,000 and an explanation, because I will be asked those questions.
Good evening, Brenda Lopez, Housing Director. So what we did is we estimated, we went back a 5-year period, looking at our housing in lieu fund and trying to determine what projects we funded in the most recent 5 years. So looking at an in lieu for this project of approximately 2.4, And when we look at our average of projects that we have funded, we would estimate a minimum of 85 units, affordable units. I'm saying a minimum because the actual number can go higher depending on the unit mix, income restrictions, and funding sources that the developer has. So in this case, just to give you an idea, I believe we're looking here at 6 units. In our pipeline right now, we have completed 361 units. We have 148 in our pipeline for a total of 509 apartment units throughout the city of Oxnard. All of those units or developers have received funding from our in lieu fund and other CDBG and home funds. So minimum of 85, potentially more depending on the project.
So that generates a couple of questions in my mind. When we're going to allow this developer to build his individual units, are we going to require individual affordable units, say a house for a house? Or do apartments or condos or town duplexes count equally with an individual standalone house?
So when we collect the in lieu fund, no, we do not make it like a unit per se. This money goes to our fund, which then we provide to other developers to assist them with any financial gap that they have.
So the amount of money, and I believe you said 80, I think it's 80 units we'll be able to build?
Minimum of 85 is what we're estimating.
Minimum of 85. So I am not rational if I think we're going to build 85 units at 43,000 each. These are going to be some sort of a marriage with other funding to generate that construction.
Correct. So what we're saying is by building our in lieu fund, we can support other developments in the future. And instead of 6 units, then we have an opportunity to help another developer, if you will, to build a minimum of 85. What that would look like depends on what projects come into the pipeline.
And I appreciate that, Ms. Lopez. As the head of the Housing Authority, do you see a way that you would recommend the council to put some sort of a clause on this item requiring that sometime in the future, I don't know when, that we're going to get at least 85 units?
No, I do not believe it's applicable to this project that we have here. From our housing department standpoint, we recommend building our in lieu fund. Why? Because then we are able to, or we're in a position we can help more families. So the way we look at it is 6 families or potentially minimum of 85. Also keep in mind that most of the projects we fund through in lieu also have other amenities that this project might not have. For example, if there's supportive services or some community resources that are required for that development, so we might even get more services for the families. But yeah, I don't recommend anything on this particular project.
I really enjoy the aspect that maybe we'll get more than we were expecting. But is there any way the city attorney can add something that we could possibly put in there? Because I like to know that when I'm approving this, if I approve this, that I know that I can tell somebody why did you prevent affordable housing from going down at the beach? Was it you didn't want people to live in affordable housing to live at the beach? That's not it. But the reason that I will use, if I approve this, is that we're going to generate more affordable housing in the city of Oxnard. And that more, I'm looking at right now, give or take a little bit, 85, that in a year it might be 32, or maybe it'll be 106. But I'd like to know it's at least 85. And that's why I'm asking, can our city attorney suggest something that we could possibly do to make sure that we get a minimum of 85?
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Perello and Council, I'm happy to address this. So the item before you tonight is a development project, and so there are 2 options before you when it comes to the affordable housing component. One, you can require, as the Planning Commission recommended, that there be 6 affordable units built on site. Or 2, you can say instead the developer will pay an in lieu fee. The number as outlined is $43,808.91 per dwelling unit constructed, which is just under $2.5 million. That money in turn, as Ms. Lopez indicated, would go into the Affordable Housing Fund. As she indicated, we can't guarantee the number of units that would be constructed because it's basically bridging the gap. Most affordable housing projects have layers of funding. I've seen some as many as 8 levels of funding to help it be constructed. So it would really depend on what kind of projects come down the pipeline. So it would not be appropriate to require the construction of 85 affordable off-site units, but the money will go to the fund to help construct those units.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the clarity of the answer, and the law is the law. I understand that. So, Mr. Rozelle, thank you very much. And I need to say this. Some people say that we're unfortunate to have the legal help that we do. I think we've got damn good legal help. I'm very grateful to have Mr. Rozelle answer that question. Those are my questions, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I
Yes.
could add one more, I think, important distinction, which is the difference of the covenants for the affordability of the two. So if you do the 6 at this project, the affordability lasts
20 years
Okay.
versus in our in lieu, it could be up to 55 years.
Right, so there's a difference there of 6 units here, and the affordability requirement is for 20 years, I believe. And if we take the money into this fee and then we use it to leverage as gap funding for projects such as Cabrillo, many mansions, and so on, and they can do many, many more units. Based on our experience, we project it could be roughly 80, 85, but of course, the economy can always change that. But however many units it is, we know it will be many more than 6, and we know that the affordability requirements will last approximately 50 years. Because I think the rules are between 45 and 55.
Correct, up to 55 years.
So they would be required to remain affordable housing for approximately 50 years. So that's also an important distinction. Thank you.
If I can just add to that.
Go ahead.
In other words, if someone were able to get the affordable of the 6, they would be able to capitalize on the fact that the city helped the affordable, and at the end of that time, be able to sell them at market rate, which would be a much earlier time than if it was in the other 55-year angle. Is that correct?
That is correct. They can sell the property at market rate in 20 years. It is no longer going to be restricted to being sold to another low-income family versus our other funds, we have a longer restriction.
Thank you very much. That's very significant information. Thank you.
Councilmember Starr, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess I'm not following all the numbers here. So if we got 44,000 roughly per unit, 56 units, just under $2.5 million. If I divide that by 85, I'm getting somewhere around $29,000 per unit. So I'm trying to understand, how do we get to 85 units at $29,000 per unit?
If I could provide some context, Jeff Pengelly, Community Development Director. What I understood from Brenda's answer is we're not building ground up units. We're providing gap funding for projects that have pulled together other complex funding sources for low income housing. One example is a project that is recently asking for a little over $2 million because of interest rate increases and other things. If we had that money, and I don't want to speak to that specific project, but that one project is 230 something units. So it's gap funding, not building new units from the ground up, but that can be leveraged with other partners that build low income housing to generate a larger number of units.
So just so I'm following this, what's in it for the builder here? I mean, if I take $2.5 million divided by the 6 units, I mean, that's over $400,000 per unit that they're paying in order to avoid having to build these 6 units at a lower price. Help me understand how that pencils out for a builder, because that doesn't quite make sense to me yet.
I could ask one of the reps from the development team to come up, but essentially either option is compliant with the city's inclusionary housing. They're not getting
right. I'm just trying to understand how it pencils out.
Go ahead, Ashley.
I just want to say the development team is actually doing a presentation, and they may hit that, and maybe we can hit that after they've done their entire presentation.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that. So I guess we'll do a little bit.
I'm happy to answer now if you'd like. Hi, Tanner Shelton, Consulting Land Use Plan at Oxnard Shores Company, the developer. So I think staff did a good job summarizing it. Your ordinance gives us an option A and an option B. And what it comes down to for us and the way we look at this is we feel that the fees that we pay can get you more units elsewhere in the city. And in fact, we did some homework on what gap financing has helped affordable housing builders do in the city in the past year or so. And city staff can fact check my research, but from what I found, it looks like there was about $4.6 million the city awarded in gap financing that contributed to 235 units being built at Mini Manson's project, that's Aspire, People's Self-Help Housing at Cypress Place, and Cabrillo Economic Development's Flores Huerta Gardens. From our point of view, we aren't affordable housing providers. That's what it comes down to. Or I should say my client is not an affordable housing provider. We don't have the expertise to provide the really meaningful on-site supportive services that dedicated affordable housing providers do in our community. And we have some fantastic ones with Cabrillo, with People's Self-Help, with the housing authorities. And our point of view is that we feel, after talking with city staff, that those dollars will go further somewhere else and be more meaningful units for folks who are living in lower income housing. I don't know if that answers your question.
Not really, because I'm just putting on my businessman hat, I guess, if you will. And I'm thinking, would I pay $400,000 per unit for 6 units to not build that? I don't understand why anyone would do that. So maybe it's just, help me understand it from the bottom line aspects, why someone would ever do that.
Again, I can, if any members of our team have further comment, they're welcome to come up. But it really comes down to, there's also management costs for those affordable units in the long run. And again, my client is market rate building. That's what they've done. That's what they've known. This is a long-term operating, an affordable unit is not something they're familiar with doing. So payment of this fee, in their point of view, you pay it, and people who are experts at building those units go when they build those units. And it's not a question mark on our pro forma, so to speak.
So this really isn't just a matter of only selling a house for a lower cost. There's a lot of ongoing costs that you'd have to incur, and you'd be in this project for a long, long time as a result of that. Is that a fair assessment?
Right, and I just want to emphasize that I'm the consulting land use planner, so.
I'm collective view.
So, yeah, yes, I think you're correct in that regard.
All right, that's interesting. Thank you so much.
Okay, thanks.
I do have other questions.
You do, go ahead.
So regarding the transportation impact that can't be mitigated, where we have this statement of overriding consideration, is that unique to this project, or is this sort of like a general issue throughout the city anyway?
To answer the question, VMT, vehicle miles traveled, there's a formula from Ventura County that determines where areas within your city either exceed a certain threshold based on the county's data. The city has generated a map essentially that shows areas of the city that exceed that threshold. So there are other areas within the coastal zone and parts of South Oxnard that also are above the county average for vehicle miles traveled. It is not specific to this project or this site.
Okay. And a different question. I'm wondering if you or somebody else can talk about street lighting. I had one constituent reach out to me, I think he reached out to all of us. He was voicing his disappointment that the placement of trees sometimes adversely impacts the lighting on the street, especially as those trees mature. And I'm wondering, how do we address that to make sure we don't have a problem down the road? Do we have rules for like how far a tree needs to be from a street light, or?
There is a condition of approval that separates the lighting fixtures from the trees. So when the project's submitted for a building plan check, where their final landscaping plan is submitted, we look at the maturity of the tree over, I think, 20 years to identify the canopy and if it's far enough away from the light fixture.
Okay. All right, and then I have a question about parking and how, so we got this development where we've got parking. I recognize that 2-car garages are being provided for all the units. And I think my wife and I are probably the exception to the rule in that we actually use our garage to park our cars, but a lot of people, they end up using it for storage at some point and they end up parking elsewhere. So I guess I'm concerned that is there going to be a sufficient amount of parking, or will it be the case that people are going to end up parking on the streets even in nearby neighborhoods if necessary to get to their homes?
Yeah, the parking requirement for the development is enclosed 2-car parking spaces, so it meets the parking requirement. The street is proposed to be a private street where they're allowing on-street parking. So while there may be spill off into the adjacent neighborhood, there's on-street parking along with 2 surface lots that I think they're relatively small, under 10 spaces to accommodate guests.
So if this is all private streets, then I assume that the homeowner association is going to maintain those, and they actually would be empowered to make rules about when people can park and that sort of thing, at least on their property.
Potentially.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Just real quickly, the council member's question regarding the spacing between streetlights and trees. Our Public Works Director did respond to the individual and did mention to him that the landscaping standards are currently under or nearing their journey in the process and going to the Public Works and Transportation Committee later this calendar year. And so those standards will update and address the tree spacing between streetlights and the right-of-way.
Will those standards apply to this project or just to future projects?
I would leave that to the Public Works Director when we get to that point.
Okay.
Thank you. If there's no other clarifying questions, the applicant will now give a presentation, not to exceed 15 minutes.
Thank you. And we do have a PowerPoint presentation that will get queued up here for you. Oh, thank you, Ashley.
Thank you. Applicant, please proceed with your presentation.
Oh, yeah, no problem. Well, I guess I got the introductions out of the way, but for the record, Tanner Shelton with Sandbell. Our firm is serving as the consulting civil engineers and land planners on the proposed Avalon Homes project before you this evening. We're requesting a coastal development permit and a tentative track map. So before we really dive into the weeds, I want to give a little bit of an overview of the project timeline because it's been a journey to be here, and it's been a journey that we've worked collaboratively with city staff throughout the process. So the Oxnard Shores Company is a local family-run development firm with deep roots in Oxnard, and they've been developing in and around this neighborhood since the 1960s, actually. Mike Marlowe, who's here in the audience tonight, his grandfather was actually involved with some of the development of this area back in the day. We first filed a planning application for the proposed project in 2016. The application was for a 65-unit development at the time, consisting of attached townhomes and detached single-family residences. The application was deemed complete, and we went through a review under the California Environmental Quality Act in 2020. In 2021, we decided to revise the project downwards from a 65-unit project to a 56-unit project, along with making some other relatively minor design changes. I just wanted to give an overview for that. Firstly, the 65-unit project relied on the granting of variances in order to make it feasible because of the unique configuration of the lot, the relatively narrow development area. After careful consideration and collaboration with our partners at the city, we felt that it was best not to pursue a variance request for a number of reasons. And then secondly, we wanted to design the project with an updated typology that was more consistent with the character of the surrounding Oxnard Dunes community after listening to public feedback. So I just wanted to give that context because when you read the EIR, it talks about a 65-unit project and then you see the 56-unit project. So that's the history with that. And then we're here today now in 2026 public hearing. And the EIR was recirculated because time had passed in between. The project consists of the following key components: a tentative track map to subdivide the site as follows: 3 residential development lots, 3 community amenity lots, 2 private street and vehicular circulation lots, and 2 open space lots. The project consists of 56 residential dwelling units. These are detached single-family condominium units. They look just like a single-family home. They're condominium because of the ownership structure, not because of shared walls or anything of that nature. Each unit has its own private backyard and garage. The project consists of a private street for access and circulation, a community park with playground and community garden. Additionally, we are proposing 29.58 acres of permanently conserved open space as part of this project. We initially wanted to donate this land to the city of Ventura, or city of Oxnard, dedicate this land to the city. However, it's looking like we're actually going to be donating this land to a land trust, and we're actually currently in discussions with the land trust about potential donation of that property to them as a preservation open space parcel. To orient you, the site is 38.3 acres, generally bounded by 5th Street to the north, Harbor Boulevard to the west, the existing homes around Catamaran Drive to the south, and the Edison Canal to the east. The site has a split zoning designation between resource protection in the upper portion of the image there. That encompasses approximately 77% of the site area. The remaining 23% of the site will be developed with residences, and that is zoned R2C's coastal zoning. This slide shows the proposed site plan for the proposed development area. The proposed development, as I mentioned, consists of 56 units. The proposed residences are detached single-family condominiums, a private roadway with a public access easement for vehicles and pedestrians is proposed. So this will allow the public to come and utilize the road like any other road in the city. It won't look or feel any different. The only difference will be that it will be maintained by the HOA and the developer, and it won't be a publicly maintained road. A private pocket park with a tot lot, picnic area, and community garden is proposed in the right-hand corner of the site, kind of where the street turns there. That park will be owned by the HOA. It will be a private park, but we don't have the intention of gating that off. There will be signage saying that it is a private park for community residences, but I want to be clear that it's not gated or restricted in any way. The site design results in improved neighborhood circulation via the extension of Canal Street. For those of you familiar with that neighborhood, you know that there's a stub out kind of where Dooms and Beachcomber does the knuckle over the Harbor Boulevard, and then Canal Street just kind of terminates right now without a cul-de-sac. What we're doing is extending Canal Street up and over to where it was originally intended to go and completing the neighborhood street network. These slides show the architectural style of the project. It can best be described as contemporary coastal architecture. All proposed residences are 2 stories, and no residence will exceed 24 feet in height. Units are clustered in groups of 4 around common driveways to reduce the number of curb cuts, driveways, and garages directly facing the street. These common driveways will include decorative colored paving and paver and stonework. Guest parking is located along the private street. No guest parking is located in the driveway. And since it came up in discussion earlier, I wanted to get you the statistics on the parking. So city code requires that we have 155 parking spaces total for the project. We are providing 172 spaces. So we are actually providing more than what the code requires in terms of both resident and guest parking based upon Oxnard zoning ordinance. The proposed project is compliant with all R2C development standards, including setback, height, and parking requirements. The site design continues the existing street section, so the existing street layout will be near the surrounding neighborhood and will result in the completion of the street network as mentioned previously. The architectural design is of similar massing and scale to the duplexes and single-family homes in the existing neighborhood. This is the most exciting part of the project for me. As previously noted, we're proposing the permanent preservation of 29.58 acres of open space. The open space will be open to the entire Oxnard community as a nature preserve. The open space will contain a half-mile nature trail and a smaller paved ADA accessible loop trail. The site will be accessed via a secured parking area for preserved visitors that will be closed outside of hours. The entire preserve will be fenced off so that you can control ingress and egress of the preserve, and there will be standard operating hours as set out in the conditions of approval and based upon our discussions with the potential land trust that will be owning and operating the property. And here's some imagery of that open space. If you're not familiar with it, it is really spectacular property, and I'm really excited for the community to be able to experience it. The proposed project is in the coastal zone, therefore it's governed by the city's local coastal plan. As you may have seen in the staff report and other materials, there are mapped ESHA areas on the property. These, as shown here in the green and kind of lighter greenish yellow colored images on the map, are largely in the resource protection area portion of the site, which is going to be dedicated preserve open space. We are impacting a small area of willow thickets. We are mitigating those willow thickets at a 4-to-1 mitigation ratio. So for every square foot of willow thickets that is removed, we're replacing it at 4 times the amount that is currently there. The mitigation measures also result in habitat restoration up on the northern resource protection area parcel. There's going to be biological and botanical surveys prior to any construction that occurs at the site as a safeguard as well. I know we talked about this a little bit earlier, so I'll kind of skim over it since I kind of talked about it earlier, but your inclusionary housing ordinance gives us the 2 options. Staff's recommendation and our request initially was for payment of the inclusionary, the in lieu housing fee. We are continuing to request that to your council, but ultimately you guys are the decision makers. Your body is the decision makers in that regard, and we will move forward with your direction on this. So I just want to make that clear. You're the decision makers. We're looking for direction for you. We believe there's a strong case to be made for the affordable housing in lieu fee request. However, that is your decision to make. In summary, we believe this project provides tremendous benefits to the city of Oxnard. Most notably is the creation of a publicly accessible 29.5 acre nature preserve, the smaller pocket park, the construction of the Canal Street extension and other road improvements, completing the Oxnard Dunes Street network, provision of 56 units of detached single-family housing, fulfilling the city's housing element goals for the site, and construction of upgraded stormwater and storm drain infrastructure that will benefit the project site and also the surrounding community. Our request tonight is summarized here. The project site is consistent with all applicable R2C and RP zoning standards. We're consistent with the general plan and the local coastal plan as detailed in the staff report. The FEIR has identified adequate mitigation measures for all impact areas except for the VMT area, as staff has mentioned. And the applicant requests that the City Council approve Planning Commission's recommended action without the modified condition requiring the on-site inclusionary housing ordinance. Again, we will accept whatever the determination of this council is, though, on that topic. I want to thank you for your time this evening. We have several members of our project team in attendance, and I want to thank city staff for working with us on this project over the past 8 years. This is just a small amount of the administrative record on this project, and we would not have been able to do it without their guidance and help. So thank you very much. And we're available for any questions.
Thank you very much. Does any council member have any questions regarding the applicant's presentation? Go ahead, Councilmember Perlow.
You mentioned the partners and the owners. These are the same owners that own the property that you're hoping to turn into an open area, correct?
Correct, yeah, it's unified ownership.
These are the same owners that have owned the property when it's historically had a big problem with homeless and the fires and the various issues that have happened there. It's the same owner?
The property owners have owned the land for a substantial amount of time, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any other questions before we open it up for public comment? Yes, Councilwoman Basu.
Yes, hello. Thank you for the presentation. What is the value of these homes?
So I don't have an exact figure because we're very early days in terms of where we are and we don't know the exact point in time. Based on neighborhood comparables, though, I would estimate that these units would sell for roughly $1 to $1.2 million a unit. And that number is subject to change, but that's, yeah.
So when you did your financing plan and construction plan, what was the number that was used to determine the value of the homes?
I don't have an answer to that. I don't know if my client has anything they would like to add in terms of the pro forma they've done, but I don't have any answer to that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I will, I'll now open the public testimony portion of the public hearing. Speakers have 3 minutes to speak on this item. Madam Clerk? Do we have any virtual speakers on this item beyond the stack of speakers here
Mayor,
present?
Yes, Mayor and council members, we do have a virtual speaker. Would you like to take that caller first?
Yes, please.
And Mayor,
Yes,
may I
go
ask-
ahead, Councilman.
may I ask a question? We received 13 pages as this item started. Are we going to take a break so we get a chance to read them? Because I don't know if the rest of the council member have had a chance to read all of them, but 13 pages, somebody took the time to write these, and I would assume the way we got them, there's an expectation we're aware of what they say. And I know that I can't listen, watch, and read and retain unless.
So are you making a motion for a 5-minute recess? Is that what you're,
Beg your pardon?
are you making a motion for a
let's-
No,
5-minute
I'm
recess?
I'm asking the mayor.
Yeah,
what-
well, this is, we've got to take some public testimony. Madam Clerk? We'll take the public speaker, the virtual public speaker, and I just want to get some clarification from our city attorney. Councilmember Perillo is asking if we can potentially take a 5-minute recess so that he has ample time to read the letters that have been submitted for our consideration.
So as the presiding officer, you can manage when you want the recess that's requested.
Sure.
Whether you want to take all of the public testimony, open and close the hearing before you take that recess, that's up to you. You're the presiding officer.
Okay, sounds good. Yes, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. If it helps, council member, the first 4 pages are for items that were not agendized. And then the 5th page is where we start with the public hearing item M1. And one of them is from the applicant as well. And then I note that Ms. Barbara Macri Ortiz did send hers a few days ago. And so if you've already had a chance to look at that one, it's included in here as well. So it may be that there's 2, maybe 3 written comments that you would need to review. So just wanted to go over that.
But I would like to point out to you, Mayor Pro Tem, that some of us may not have had the opportunity to go through, as you have apparently aware. And I want to make sure that every council member that votes on something this significant has an opportunity to read it, because I don't know about yourself, but I know I'll be held accountable for my vote on this, and I'll be held accountable for the people that wrote this, and I can see several in there that live in the district that I represent. And I don't think it'd be cool, and cool is the correct word, to blow off what somebody has taken the time to read here that I understand. I do recall in the past at the planning commission meetings, when documents were given to planning commissioners at this late state, they were simply tossed back as not being eligible to be considered because it was inappropriate to do it that way. You may see it a little differently. And I do appreciate what you pointed out, but some of us have things that we do other than possibly keep in touch with all this stuff. And when it's given at the last minute, maybe it speaks as my incompetence, but it speaks also to my seriousness of treating everybody the same.
And if I can, Mayor, I'll just say that we did receive these a little after 3 p.m. As they're given to us here. But your point's well taken, and if you would like a short recess to review them after we hear the public testimony, I'd be supportive of that.
Well, let's do this. We'll take a 7-minute break. We'll come back at 8.
No, let's hear from the speakers first and then take.
Well, no, I'd like to take I just want to take the 7-minute break to allow us to read this, and we'll start with public testimony. We'll start with the public testimony. Yeah, we'll take a 7-minute break. We'll be back at 8:20, 8:29. Yeah. So we can stretch out to. Okay, everyone, just want to call the meeting back to order. And we will start with the virtual speaker, Madam Clerk.
Virtual speaker, if you can press *6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes starting now. Virtual speaker.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay, thank you. This is Manuel Herrera, creator of Citizens for Better Oxnard. I just wanted to remind everyone that we are living on Shumash land, and so my question to both the developer and the council is to, out of respect, please include some kind of land acknowledgement in the form of either street naming or a statue or some kind of acknowledgement to the original caretakers of this land. As you know, the city in the past has worked with Shumash individuals such as Marian Parra and Shumash elder Julie Tumamay Stensley. So, and if there's anything I can do to help assist or, put you guys all together for this, I'd be more than happy to help. But again, just basically asking that the developer and the council members keep that in mind. Please offer some kind of acknowledgement to the original caretakers of this land. That concludes my comments, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Herrera, for standing by for your comments. We'll go to Gabriela Vignon.
And Mr. Mayor, just as a formal notice, the public hearing is open officially, correct?
That's correct. Thank you. Yes. She's the one that wrote the letter. Gabriela, you're the one that wrote the letter as well, correct?
I did in partnership with Frank Barajas, who's also here, and will read the letter for you out loud.
Sounds good. Thank you.
So good evening, Mayor and honorable council members. My name is Gabrielle Vignon, and I'm the Executive Director of House Farm Workers. I'm here on behalf of our Oxnard City Committee, who, as the mayor just said, submitted a letter for your review in advance of the meeting. Ventura County is in need of affordable housing, which is why we would like for you to have the developer of Avalon Homes include the creation of affordable units in their proposed development, instead of allowing for the in lieu fee. There is not an affordable housing subset, then it won't benefit Oxnard families. Addressing the developer's concern on if these homes are for sale, then they wouldn't have that same concern of maintaining them and having that ongoing fees as you do with affordable housing when it's apartments. So again, we strongly urge you to require the developer of Avalon Homes to build affordable units and not to accept their offer for the in lieu fee. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vignon. Mr. Frank Barajas, followed by Ms. Barbara Macri Ortiz.
Mayor, council members, Ventura County is in need of quality, affordable housing. The House Farm Workers Oxnard City Committee is looking to policymakers to enforce existing policies to allow the creation of affordable housing. The proposed Avalon homes may house people from the other jurisdictions based on their location and potential pricing. The fact that Oxnard has a limited amount of land means that the city needs to make sure to house the low-income people in our community. In order to give everyone the opportunity to have a home, new developments have to offer affordable housing. Unfortunately, in lieu fees often allow developers to incur more benefits than the residents of the city in which they are building. And let's keep in mind that this is a capitalist, profit-making endeavor. They portray themselves as being so altruistic with the city of Oxnard's housing authority as though they're doing this from the bottom of their hearts. It's about maximizing profits. Look at the numbers carefully. And I appreciate Aaron Starr's comment that the numbers don't add up, right? Oh, we're doing this for future 20 years, 50 years. We need affordable housing now. 6 units is at least what we can give back to the community. If there's not an affordable subset that will benefit Oxnard families, then the loss of land that can be used to create housing stock should be reconsidered. Some of this land has to be dedicated to affordable housing, and in lieu fees do not do that. I really question the city's housing authority. It's almost like they're in bed with the developer. I mean, just listening to them. It really, it was like a private-public partnership that private capitalist entities benefit more from. So look at it carefully. Look at the numbers carefully. Who's really benefiting? Is it the developer, or is it the residents of the city of Oxnard or potential affordable housing residents? For the reason above, we strongly urge you to require the developer of Avalon Homes to build affordable housing and not accept their offer to pay in lieu fees, and follow the recommendation of the Planning Commission. I just recently reviewed scholarship applications for farm worker housing. And the stories were harrowing. Living in garages, living in apartments with 2 to 3 families, having no privacy, and particularly the students having nowhere to study. Nowhere to have privacy to advance their education. So I urge you to reject the in lieu fees. Thank you.
Appreciate it, Mr. Barajas. Thank you. Ms. Barbara Mackey Ortiz, followed by Felix Dabrowski.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Barbara Macri Ortiz, and I'm here to support the Planning Commission's decision on the in lieu fees, and I hope you received my letter and had a chance to review it. So I'm not going to go into any of that, other than the fact that land is a finite commodity. I got a real lesson with this development across the street, because there were a lot of people who want to buy homes, and they just can't find anything. And low-income home, that's somebody that's got a salary of over $100,000. And they're just totally foreclosed. So that's where I'm looking at it for. Because at one point, I probably would have been on the side of the housing director, but we need some opportunities for everybody. And, in terms of the inclusionary, I need a favor from you. I've been waiting for the inclusionary zoning ordinance to be updated since 2021. And actually, before that, Carmen, when she was on the council, she made a promise, yeah, we're gonna do that. I'm still waiting. You need to update it. So you're updating your in lieu fees. You're updating not the 20 years, you go 50 years in terms of putting the restrictions on it. We need that done, and we need that done now. But with respect to this one, my perspective really goes to the people I have been dealing with for the last year and a half, that segment of the population that wants to become homeowners and is not. And with this project at the beach, chances are not one Oxnard resident is even going to end up there. Okay? We're building housing for other people. And for God's sake, at least let them build 6 units for our people. And give some people the pride of home ownership. And that's why I support the Planning Commission's decision on this. At some point, we're running out of land. So every time you have a project, just think about it. It's a finite amount of land. You're giving up. And sooner or later, it's going to be over. But we need to think about everybody in our city. And I appreciate what the housing department does in terms of patch together all different kinds of money to make these projects work, and I know they're getting harder and harder and harder. But I don't want to forsake the low income that have that burning desire to be homeowners. And this is an
Thank you.
opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ortiz. Felix? Followed by Mr. Larry Stein.
Good evening, City Council members, Mayor. I'm totally against this project. I actually live in the dunes. Everyone else speaking here doesn't live at the dunes. And, you know, I don't like coming to these things, but from what I understand, City Council members should represent the current residents of the city that they represent, not the future residents, not the builders that want to make $7-8 million on this project. I mean, the last project that was built in the dunes, the average price was $1.2 million. These units probably go for $1.4 million. That's 56 units. That's $78 million. So you're here just to make a builder $78 million. You don't really care about the residents of the dunes that object to this project. The builder never came to us, never came with the president of our dunes, who's sitting right there. They never had to set up a meeting to talk to Lisa, to talk about the project. How do we feel about it, what they can do about it? And now I have all these people coming here, want us to build low-income housing in our community. Why? They don't live here. They don't care what happens to our community. We have homeless that have been terrorizing our area for the past 15 years. They build up encampments at the 5th and Harbor by the bridge. And I just saw, driving to the meeting, I just saw another guy coming in there with a bicycle, with his stuff. He's going to start building another encampment there again. And the city council, you guys act when it's too late, when the fires build over there and the place will burn down. But as far as the community, you guys don't care. You guys care about the future residents or the builder making millions of dollars. It's sad that people that are not really active in this politically have to come out here to speak about this. As far as the vacancies, I just Google searched while I was sitting waiting for here. Oxnard has 3.1% vacancy rate in their apartments. So there's plenty of space for people to rent apartments and to live. So there's no shortage of housing. And if there is shortage of housing, Oxnard's a huge area. Why do we have to build everything up top of each other? There's no space. And the free land they're going to give away to this trust, no one's going to monitor it. Homeless will come in, sit there, live there, and none of you guys care. I call the police at least once a week about the homeless people trying to set up an encampment. And when they build this project and they walk away, like they always do, the land will be left vacant, this great park that they're planning to have. It's going to be filled with homeless people, and no one's going to monitor it. And the city will come out here with the police and kick them out, and repeats over and over again. It's sad.
Thank you, Mr. Dabrowski. Mr. Larry Stein? Followed by Mrs. Alexis Schmidt.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor,
Good evening.
members of City Council, staff, audience, and public at large. What is the minimum wage in Oxnard? Well, it depends whether you're salaried or hourly. If you're a salary employee, just under $70,000 a year. If you're hourly, $18.09 per hour. Now, take 20% of that, most people in Oxnard probably earn probably 20% or more, or 20% approximately above minimum wage or less. We have requirement to build so many homes for Oxnard residents. So how can somebody earning, say, $90,000 a year afford a $1.2 million home? Well, they can't. Where's the down payment money going to come from? Oh, I'm sure the city manager will just give them the checks right now and give them down payment money. Maybe city council grant money to people who want down payment for $1 million homes. The question is, homes don't need to cost $1.1 million for larger homes. Why not build smaller units? Why not build 800, 900, 1,200 square foot units? What does the city mandate? that developers build units no bigger than 1,200 square foot units. We have a housing expert sitting on city council. She's not discussing these issues or raising these questions. The bottom line is the houses are supposed to be affordable, economically affordable to the residents of Oxnard. Not statistically affordable, just because the homes fall under low income. What is truly low income, and what is it to the people who live in Oxnard? People are earning 20% above minimum wage, can't afford these homes. Why not we building homes for the residents of Oxnard, and not just for people from out of town? Again, the other issue I have is water. Where's the water going to come from? The city adopted a water neutrality policy a number of years ago. Asked our assistant city manager about the water neutrality policy. The city council passed an urban water master plan. Where is the urban water master plan being funded? When are you going to build enough water to generate 10,000 acre feet of water per year? I don't know. It's supposed to be 14,000 acre feet. 14,000 acre feet of potable water per year is supposed to be generated. You're not funding it. So where is new water sources for this project? Because it's not coming from the urban water master plan, the city council has not approved for the adoption. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Stein. Alexis?
Good evening, Council. So I also support the Planning Commission's recommendation. It is my perspective that the developer does not want to place affordable housing in this area so that they can charge more, sell the houses for more that they're already building. And when we're talking about multi-million-dollar homes, most people in Oxnard can't afford that. And I think that housing should be more equitable in Oxnard. There has to be, you can't push everyone into apartments because a lot of people who live here live in multi-generational homes, including myself. There are 3 generations of people in my home, and we live in an apartment, and it's very crowded. And I personally would like to have the opportunity to own a home one day, and that's just unlikely to happen with a $2 million home. So yeah, I support the Planning Commission, and you guys, you have these commissions so that you can listen to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexis. Madam Clerk, does this conclude the speakers for the public hearing?
Mayor and council members, that concludes our speakers in person and virtually for the public hearing.
Thank you. If there are no additional speakers, then we will close the public hearing. The public hearing is now closed.
Did I speak, sir?
If you just want to come up and fill a speaker card and yeah, you can fill it afterwards, that's fine.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
I know a few of you up there, but not that many. I don't know if you guys know me. I used to work for the city. I own property out in the dunes. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, I think 6 units out there right now. I was talking to some of the builders here, and it seems that the way they want to make the entrances and the exits will satisfy my concerns, because I've got I think I have 4 properties that are just right at the entrance to going in. So I want that to look good. And I know a lot of people want affordable housing, but that's not the area that we need to put affordable housing. There's a lot of land in the city of Oxnard you guys should be getting by ways you can do it, and then put up some low-cost housing there. But I think if you do the back of the dunes there, and you're gonna need to do something in your writings on security, because there's a lot of homeless over there. I've got 1 tenant, and twice they've had DoorDash come up to their house. They didn't order, It's people in the dunes are ordering food and they're picking it up at one of my addresses and then going over into the dunes and eating it. So that's expensive, okay? So if they're homeless people and they can afford to have food delivered, boy, maybe they can afford some rent someday. Anyway, I don't want to take any more of your time. Thank you all, and let's approve this. You know, you still have a few good people working for the city. This guy right here, he was great. He was great. I had him come out, and I don't know if you remember, one night, I don't even remember what street, but you were a dog handler at that time, and he did an excellent job out there. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. If you can fill out a speaker card so we can have it for the public record. Now, if there are no additional speakers, then we will close the public hearing. The public hearing is now closed. Does any council member wish to comment? Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate all the speakers and the people who took the time to do written comments, those who took the time to be here tonight. I know we're past the point of questions, but something is brought up. I'd like to ask for a clarification, Mayor, if I can, from staff.
Sure, absolutely.
There was at least one comment made regarding not proceeding with the project at all. Is that even in the cards for this agenda item for this evening, for the council to take some kind of action that would just completely pause this project permanently in its tracks?
No, you have to make a decision on the item tonight based on the recommendations.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to manage expectations on that. Okay. My comments, Mayor, as I mentioned, I appreciate all the speakers on this. This is not the first time I've seen this project, and it dates back a number of years. When I first came onto the council, I know it's been in play for some time since then, and even prior to that. And thinking back to the comments from then and where we are now, I'm inclined to look at the equity access or the equity in homeownership here, or potential for homeownership, because for those who own property, some of us who own some of those here tonight who own multiple properties, even in this particular area, I hope that we can think back to when you had your first shot at property ownership. And, you know, if you were able to utilize or take advantage of first-time homebuyer programs, or programs that helped people to get into a home that they would own and call their own place to live, and then they had the opportunity to buy another home or move into another home as an upgrade. There are opportunities given to them that were given to people that allowed them to do so. And I hope that we can think three-dimensionally on this, that this may be the opportunity that if this council decides to go forward with the 6 units that have been mentioned by the applicant and staff, that may be the opportunity for 6 families to get to their first home. And not only that, but it'd be a home in a beautiful area in a beautiful part of the city that I certainly can't afford to move into now. And I really hope that if this council moves forward with that option, that they realize that this is a way for them to step into homeownership in a wonderful neighborhood with wonderful neighbors, just as those who have a property, multiple properties today, might have been given that opportunity back when they bought their first property. So that's one of the ways I'm looking at this. It's not lost on me that there's certainly a lot of bang for the buck in the in-lieu fee, and how many units we could get out of that in gap funding, and I get it. At the same time, the conversation sometimes sounds like, well, this area is for this kind of housing and this area is for this kind of housing. And I really think we need to get away from that mindset as much as we can, because we're all neighbors, we're all community members here. And from what I've learned in this role and looking at developments that have come in, there's no difference in materials or paint or anything between the units that are marked as affordable and those that are marked at market rate. And the families who come in are going to be your neighbors. And as I mentioned, this may be the opportunity they need to take their first step into homeownership. So I hope folks can see my line of thought on that. And if this moves forward, again, it's an opportunity to have somebody, 6 families potentially, take that step. So those are my comments at this time, Mayor. I'll give it back to you. But again, I want to thank all of the speakers because there was a good number of comments from number of perspectives that I truly appreciate because it's helping me weigh this out. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just make brief comments myself. I think Frank Barajas, Alexis Schmidt, and Ms. Barbara Mackey Ortiz and others really said it eloquently. We have an inclusionary housing ordinance for a reason, and we also have planning members for a reason. And they voted 6-0 in support of the 6 homes, and I back them up. I'm supportive of that, and for all the reasons laid out here by our public speakers, I think this will give an opportunity for 6 families to essentially get into these homes, and after 20 years, potentially have the opportunity to have some generational wealth. And I think it's our responsibility to be supportive of that. So those are my thoughts. Go ahead, Councilmember.
I just want to get some clarifications. So would the 6 houses be indistinguishable from the other 50? Or do they use different materials or fewer enhancements? Or because you can buy a house with upgraded things and they cost more, and some are very much more basic. So how does a house that's of the 6 compare to the other 50?
The inclusionary housing ordinance requires all of the units to have the same finishes, the same architectural details. The idea being that they're indistinguishable from each other.
Yeah.
Okay. And another question I have is, it was mentioned to me, and I'm learning stuff here, I wasn't aware that there was long-term managerial requirements if the developer has to build it. Is that true, or did I just misunderstand that? Can you describe what the developer would need to do with these 6 houses in the long run if they were the ones that had to build them?
The developer can set up an HOA to maintain the property. Outside of that, I can't speak to what type of maintenance would go on to the units.
So there's no additional burden on the developer as a result of having to build the houses as opposed to paying the lieu fee? I'm just trying to understand more what the actual burden is that's created by doing this.
Hi, Jacob Noonan, Assistant Housing Manager, Director. No, there's no additional requirements except for selling the houses to income-qualified homeowners.
Okay, so that kind of conflicts with what I've heard earlier. So maybe I misunderstood what was said earlier.
I heard the same thing. I think the applicant mentioned that they didn't have any on-site services for these low-income families, which I'm not so sure how that comes into play. I think what we're asking for is that they be allowed to purchase these homes.
Yeah, what on-site services would be required if they?
I don't see it.
For ownership houses, there's no on-site services required. It's the household needs to qualify for the units and be able to provide obtain the financing and purchase the unit and then use the unit as their home.
To your point, Councilmember, the applicant representative did mention, as an example, Cabrillo Economic Development Corporation properties, which do offer on-site services, comprehensive, assistance for residents who live at those income-qualified properties. And I think that may be what he was referring to, that's the type of, for lack of a better phrase, wraparound services that residents at those fully affordable properties can get, at those fully affordable developments. But I think that's an apples and oranges discussion here as you're kind of going down that path.
Right, so I guess maybe, Ashley, can you provide some
Well,
clarification?
similar, so there's not on-site amenities required, but I do think what Tanner was getting to is there is an affordability monitoring and agreement, and there is an annual requirement when we have an inclusionary unit that we go back and make sure that it's affordable. So there is some monitoring. That's the only thing that we can think of in terms of the ongoing cost associated with an affordable unit is the monitoring that goes with that side of it.
So there's a deed restriction though, right? When this house is sold at a lower price, there's a
That
deed
is correct. It's
restriction.
deed restricted for 20 years.
So does the monitoring involve just ensuring that the owner is not like subleasing it to somebody else at above rates, or what does the monitoring actually do?
Brenda, do you want to address that, or Ken, do you want to address that on the monitoring program that we have?
I can go ahead. So under the city's regulations, there is a requirement if you have an affordable unit that you not sublease it out, that it remain affordable. So that is an ongoing obligation.
Brenda Lopez, Housing Director, that is correct. So we continue to monitor to ensure for those 20 years that the homeowner is still in the unit. So there is some monitoring that comes along with this restriction.
So how do other developments that have been done this way where the developer builds the 10%, how have they managed that in past developments?
Well, I can't speak for the developers.
I mean, we've had other projects though in this city. How are we monitoring those situations where we've got?
I think when we were asking about why support the in lieu fees, the developer was giving the example that their dollars would be best spent with folks who do this long-term versus them managing or doing low-income housing. It's just an option that they preferred. That doesn't necessarily mean that that will happen. So I think the clarification I'm receiving is when you're managing low-income housing versus you're selling to folks who can afford this income-qualified home. I mean, that's my interpretation. Maybe I misunderstood.
That's mine as well.
So roughly, how much of a discount would there be on one of these homes if it's sold to an affordable purchaser? Is it 100,000 less, 200,000, is it 400,000 less, is it 600,000 less?
On the sales price?
Because I'm just thinking from the developer's perspective, if I had to pay $2.5 million or sell houses for less money, well, for 6 houses, that's about $400,000, right? So if I was the developer, I would take that deal if I knew I had to sell it if for some reason I knew I had to sell these houses for $600,000 less instead of $400,000, I'd say, man, I'd much rather pay the in lieu fee. So help walk me through these numbers.
So when we looked at the initial estimated sales price based on today's rates, so for a 3-bedroom, we're estimating a little bit over $300,000, and for a 4-bedroom, about closer to $330,000.
Is the discount basically, okay. So they'll be paying a little bit more of a premium over that.
Correct.
So, okay, I think that helps. All right, I think I might have other questions later, but if others can ask their questions first.
Any other questions or comments? Yes, go ahead, Councilman Perlow.
If this project is approved, it's given entitlements, and I'd like to know, I have heard that the developer in place or the owner sells the entitlements to other parties. What's the track record with this developer, this owner? Specifically the property at Harbor and Woolley Road.
Hello, Joe Pearson, Planning and Environmental Service Manager. Sorry, Councilman Perlow, if you could repeat your question.
If this property is given the entitlements that allows the developer or owner, which we're sort of talking one and the same, at least I'm trying to simplify it that way. It allows him to flip the property to some other developer. Then they would come back and they have the entitlements and they can change the project completely, as has happened in the past in the city. And I'm wondering, I think this is a developer that has done this in this area before. Do we have a history with that?
So I'm not familiar if this developer has done that in particularly, but I can say that they can come back and request modifications to a development. Any developer, once they have their entitlement, can come back and ask for modifications. Under our ordinance, if they want to modify their CDP, they'd have to come back through the process. We'd have an opportunity to review that. It would have to come back to, depending on the scale of the changes, potentially back to Planning Commission for those changes. So there would be a public review process for any changes that they would be proposing, and the city would have the opportunity to weigh in on those changes.
Thank you. A couple more questions. If this approval comes through with the affordable housing units in place, how are we going to determine, as many people have said, it's not for people in this area, it's for people outside of the area. How do we determine who gets those 6 units? It's a two-pronged question. How do we determine who gets the 6 units? And how do we determine who is going to benefit when, after a few years, they become market rate sellable?
So I'm going to jump in here because Councilmember Perrello, you raised a very important point here. And it's by the way, it's very rare to have a night where I partially disagree with Ms. Mac-Ortiz and partly agree with Mr. Stein. But here's the thing, and if the council wants to do this, if you might recall to the Teal Club project, where one of the things I asked of the owners on their willingness to, when the time comes, to only market to Oxnard residents. So whatever the number of units that end up being affordable, if you go in this direction here, and there's basically a schedule, a state schedule that determines the affordability, income, and so on. Those rules take care of themselves. What you cannot, from the dais, dictate is who the winning buyer would be. So from that perspective, anyone who is income qualified and who may simply be faster at the loan process and the credit process and so on could potentially buy the affordable unit. So in other words, there could be an income qualified family from somewhere else that's not in Oxnard. So if you want to go down that path, I would want to ask the owners if they would be willing to commit with this process that those 6 units they will only sell to Oxnard families who have been here for X number of time, 12 months, 24 months, so on, because that's the only way you're going to have this impact. And we can't force that. They would have to be willing to do that, because you're not, even if you go this route, there is actually no guarantee that it will be Oxnard families. You can't assume that they will be sold only to Oxnard families, because again, any income qualified person, if they're fast enough on all of the paperwork and everything, could be a buyer. So I think that's an important distinction. If we want to go down this route, perhaps they'd be willing to commit to it.
That's very important. Thank you for pointing that out, Alex. Go ahead, Councilmember.
Following up on this, I appreciate that, City Manager. My understanding is that there are several neighborhoods in the city of Oxnard some years back that are what are considered blended neighborhoods. And I remember one being in Rio Lindo, where there have been questions asked here tonight. If there's a distinction, if you were to look at the house, could you tell if one's affordable, one's not affordable? Ms. Ashley, does this ring a bell that in the Rio Lindo area?
I don't recall that one, no.
Because
I don't
across
know
the street from
timing.
Pacifica High School, I remember it was a hot issue that there would be some that would be in that area that would be affordable.
Sorry, in redevelopment areas, that was pretty common. You had a 15% affordability, not a 10. I don't know if that could have been that time period. But our inclusionary ordinance also used to be, the dollar amount used to be much less. It was, I think, around $3,000 and $4,000 a unit, and the council rarely granted that opportunity to pay the in lieu fee. When we updated the fee sometime around 2020 to this current fee that you're seeing here, that opened the door up more for the payment of in lieu fee, because then we were able to leverage those funds. So if it's an older project, it was likely either redevelopment or the fee was so low that council didn't grant the request, and then they built them on site.
Okay, thank you. The one issue aside from the houses themselves is the open space and who's going to be responsible if they can entice someone to take ownership of the open space, because the current owner has done, in my opinion, not a good job of keeping the open space straight from the issues with the homeless and the fires and the encampments, as has been mentioned tonight. But as memory serves me, when Victoria Estates was built, there was a big deal about they didn't want affordable units for Victoria Estates. And I sat as a member of the audience for my neighborhood council when we were fighting about odors in a neighborhood in the audience. And I remembered that the accommodation that was made was they built what's the homes that are on Gumtree Lane. For those of you that don't know where that is, all the cars that park on Victoria, just below the bridge, that's where the overflow parking is for Gumtree Lane, and the people run across 8 lanes of Victoria to get to where they live, because that is what the council did at that time. And I've always thought it should have been blended in the neighborhood, but it was a decision that was made at the time. The idea, and I've asked it and I appreciate the answers that have come from the city, we need affordable housing. People are saying we're running out of land. I was a supporter of SOAR, I still am, but there's options to increase the size of the land to develop if the city wants to go that way. But when it is announced how much money would be put into an affordable unit of pot to help multiple others, the numbers that were used tonight earlier, 85 homes versus 6 homes, it's hard to look at 85 families and say no and give 6 the opportunity to benefit from, when it changes to market rate, a windfall. That's my thinking at the present time. I wanted to share that because I represent District 1. This is in District 1. I get heat. They never let the poor people move into District 1. I get heat when it was first pitched that I become a supporter of council districts. And until Oscar Madrigal got on the council, I never had any support for council districts. And then when Mr. Valenzuela initiated the suit against the city of Oxnard and they created council districts, I still remember this to the day I die. The organization Cause told me, don't worry about it, Parola. You have all the rich white guys in Council District 1 on the beach. Ladies and gentlemen, they're not all rich white guys. The blend of this community can be perceived if we do not allow people to spread affordability in all the neighborhoods. We are isolating certain segments of community. My neighborhood, South Bank, I think the majority, I'd say a Brown Act of the, if there was a Brown Act, we have a majority of the neighborhood council right there. Thank you for coming to the meeting. It's one of the first times I've seen you here. But it's a blend of everybody across the board who's in that neighborhood. There are issues that happen when we cannot afford things, and there are issues when it's said that the house price is going to be $1.1 million, $1.4 million. How much can an affordable family own? How much can an affordable family ever afford? How can an affordable family ever get out of being trapped in only qualifying for low income? That's one of the issues that this council and this management is trying to do by increase the education level in this community, which has been another sore subject. But those are my comments at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Parlow. Go ahead, Councilmember Starr.
So would it be possible to create, for lack of a better word, a marketing preference for, like, maybe there's like a 90-day period after the houses are built that the marketing of those houses would only be, of those 6 houses, would only be in Oxnard before it's expanded to marketing everywhere? Is that an option on the table?
So that's exactly what I suggest that we ask them to commit to, but we can't force it. They'd have to be willing to do it. So I don't know if they want to come up here and address that.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Good to be up here again. We can agree to that stipulation. Should you want to move forward with on-site affordable housing, we would agree to a marketing preference to City of Oxnard residents for a period of 90 days on those 6 units only. But we could agree to that if you want to move forward with the on-site inclusionary units.
I think that'd be an improvement, I think. So I guess I want to ask a question of staff, which is, staff, of course, you recommended the in lieu fees. Planning Commission did not. How strongly do you feel about having the in lieu fee as opposed to the Planning Commission's decision? Is that something that's, just extreme difference of opinion, or is it like, I can take it either way?
Council members, I would say that this body is the appropriate deciding body for that. It's a tough decision. There's a case made for both sides of the argument. Based on what we perceived in working with the developer, based on the earlier council discussion about in lieu versus built affordable housing, that was the direction that we took the project, and the Planning Commission disagreed. We have no skin in the game, so to speak.
Well, Mayor, I'll give you my thoughts on this for what it's worth. I know we have an affordability issue in this city. And when you think about it, what's really happening is that you've got folks who are outside this city who are trying to move in because the housing cost for them is lower than where they are. They're coming in with, they typically have higher wages than many of us do because they're working in LA or various well-paying jobs when they come out here. And it is putting the squeeze on people who live here today. There are people who live here today who can't afford to live here. We're watching our children and our grandchildren move away because there's no opportunities here. And I don't really know how, in the end, to really bring down the price of a house. But what I do believe that we could do a better job of, and this is a conversation perhaps for a different meeting, we need to make it easier for companies to move here, to put upward pressure on wages. Because the more companies you have willing to hire people, the more you have competition for the labor. And if we can bring up wages in this community, it makes housing more affordable because we're competing against folks who can outbid us. They're bidding up the rents, they're bidding up the housing prices. It's a desirable area. So in the long run, I think that's what we need to do a better job of addressing. And I think that involves fixing our permit system for one. When you think about it, the price of housing is really supply and demand driven. There's a lot of things that we do today that limit supply. For example, throughout the state, you get the CEQA requirements, which really slow down the whole process of bringing a house to market. Here we've adopted SOAR, or Save Our Agricultural Resources. We've taken a lot of land off the market for housing because we wanted to preserve farmland, but there's trade-offs here. The consequence is that we have higher price housing because we have fewer opportunities to actually build housing for people because the land's just not available. I'm having a challenging time figuring out which way I'd rather go on this, whether it makes more sense for the developer to build the 6 houses or for us to accept the in lieu fee. I'm kind of inclined to be, I do believe that if you want more housing, you have to make it attractive for builders to build. Nobody goes into business saying, I want to lose money. If you really want more housing, you have to create an environment where a builder would want to come here. Because the city itself can't be building all this housing. We don't have that expertise. We wouldn't do a good job with it. We'd have prevailing wage issues. There's no way we could build affordable houses if it's us. So we got to rely on developers. So given that I want to make it a more friendly environment for somebody to actually build here, I'd be inclined to accept what the builder is proposing, which is to pay the in lieu fee, which apparently staff would prefer as well. So if the developer wants that, I'd be inclined to do that. I don't know how the rest of my colleagues here feel about that, but that's what I would do.
If I can just make a comment, I am supportive of this item so long as the developer provides the 6 inclusionary units for Oxnard residents that have been here for 12 months or longer. This will give or allow moderate income earners in our city an opportunity to buy these 6 units and have generational wealth after 20 years potentially if they're given the opportunity to sell at that point or stay in there. And also I appreciate the applicant mentioning that he is open to the idea of also allowing Oxnard members of our community to have the first opportunity to buy homes here in that track. So I am supportive of. Is that a motion? That is my motion, yes. Can you repeat it? Sure. My motion is that we approve this item so long as the developer provides the 6 inclusionary units for Oxnard residents that have been here in our city for 12 months or longer, and that the developer also allow Oxnard residents the opportunity to purchase homes in that tract. And did you say you were agreeable to, did you say 3 months? Or 90 days, I'm sorry, 90 days.
Mayor?
Yes.
Can we even legally require that someone has been a resident for 12 months as far as the marketing? I can see where we can restrict marketing to an area for 90 days. I don't know if we can do what you're proposing.
I don't believe can require any of that. I think what we're asking of the applicant is if they would voluntarily agree to this. But I want to be clear, because I think what they agreed to was that for the first 90 days, when they're ready to go to market, they will market only to Oxnard residents. That's not the same as guaranteeing that at the end of that period that it would go to Oxnard residents, and we cannot require that. So I just want to be clear on what I heard them say. But I can tell you it's a far cry from anything else we can do in the free market. So I think that is a lot more than anyone else gets.
I appreciate you. Go ahead.
The marketing on the 6 inclusionary units, I want to be clear about that. This is for the 6 inclusionary units for 90 days, marketing to the city residents.
Correct.
So just,
okay.
That's what we're supportive of. Thank you.
Go ahead.
If I may, Mayor, it sounds like if you would like to memorialize that in your motion, it sounds like, and the city attorney's office can help with this, perhaps the language is around accepting the voluntary offer that the developer representative has made, something along those lines. Mr. Rizzo has his mic on.
Yes, we can do that. So the motion would be the recommended action with the addition of the marketing for the first 90 days for the affordable units for Oxnard residents who have lived in the city for at least a year.
Thank you. Yeah. Is that okay with you, applicant? Yeah, okay.
And
then, go ahead,
Mayor, just for a
Councilwoman
point of clarification, are we talking about staff's recommendation or the planning commissioner's recommendation? Staff's?
It's the planning commission recommendation that I'm supportive of.
So
Would be the motion.
I do have a question for how that is implemented, because who's going to monitor that someone's been a resident for 12 months? I get that you can restrict marketing to an area and maybe do some mailings to folks in Oxnard, but how do you enforce something like this 12-month requirement that's being proposed?
I think the owners can do that when they're screening potential buyers. I mean, when you do a real estate transaction, there are all kinds of requirements. They can just add that as the owner of the property.
Okay.
Sounds like he's agreeable to that. Is that correct? Yep.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, what I would propose, not to take any more time, is that you can probably establish that through on those 6 affordable units, things like providing 6 months of utility records in the person's name and an address or another sort of documentation like that. That would be agreeable. We could probably work that out with the city. But something of that nature would be, again, on those 6 units, we could accept that. Thanks.
Wonderful, thank you.
Mayor,
Yes,
if I may, I hate to throw first of all, I am 100% supportive of the Planning Commission and asking the developer to build the 6 units. So I want to say that I honestly believe in this area we have an opportunity to have Oxnardians actually be a part of a community that we would not get a chance to be part of. So with that being said, and I hate to throw this out there, but I think being a resident in Oxnard for a year is not sufficient. I think that, you know, if I was from LA, I'd come live at the collection for a year and then buy one of these homes. I would like to have the possibility of making, you know, maybe that time a little bit longer. I don't know if you're willing to change your motion. I just think that a year, specifically now that we are advertising it, that we would like this. I mean, if it passes, that we would like this. We have a lot of people that live in Oxnard cannot afford in that community. So a lot of these homes will probably be vacation homes, you know. So I would just like the opportunity to actually have Oxnard residents that have been here in our community for a longer period of time to have an opportunity.
Yeah, how long are you suggesting beyond I mean, I said 12 months, but I'm open to adjusting it. And also with the applicant, what is your approval with that?
Well, yeah, Councilwoman Wasua, thank you for that. I would hesitate to make that requirement more than a year just because the compliance to track down like 2 years of utility records, 3 years of utility records. We probably want duplicate sources to make sure they just don't have an SCE bill and not another bill tied to an address, for an example, if they were a landlord. That starts to get complicated in terms of compliance. So while I sympathize with the sentiment and where you're going, I just worry about how we could practically enforce that. So I would like to keep it at a year if
And you know, coming from a different perspective, coming from an area where I continuously check documentation, it's really not that hard. We can get 3 years of taxes when we're going for loans. You know, our taxes have our information, not our employers have our W-2s. There's numerous ways of getting verification for where do you live. So I really don't see that as an issue. Okay, the city can do it. Housing can do it, they're experts.
If your client is amenable to this, we will take care of that part of the certification
I need
for
to
the
check
6 units. Please do, I understand.
And how long of a period are we talking?
I would like to see 3 years. I would like to see 3 years.
36 months.
36 months, I would like to see 3 years.
Yeah, and thank you for bringing that up. I'm certainly open to making that adjustment on my motion.
I would appreciate it.
Yep. Yeah, and we're just talking just the affordable.
Just for the affordable units, Councilmember.
Okay. And I'll take this moment also really thank the applicant for his willingness to be open to our ask without any strong resistance. That's very kind of him and also the owners.
I'm back. Sorry for this drawn out back and forth, but we appreciate your collaboration. So we can do the 3 years as you've requested if the city is assuming responsibility for ensuring compliance with the residency restriction. We legally don't want to be the ones holding the bag on that. If our partners at the city are willing to do that, we can agree to it.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So I'll adjust my motion as opposed to 12 months to 3 years, 36 months. Any other questions or comments?
I will second that when we're ready.
Wonderful.
So,
Councilmember Starr, go ahead.
so big scheme of things here. We're talking about, what was the amount? $1.4 million for a typical home, was it? Or was it 1.3? I forget what it was. But if you're talking about a $300,000 reduction, we're still talking about $1 million home.
So,
So it doesn't really work that way.
okay, how does it work?
okay, there we go. Thank you.
To clarify, when I give the estimated, those are the initial sales prices. So hovering at a little bit over 300,000 sales price for the family.
So the sales price is
Correct, for the
300,000
low-income family.
as opposed to, so it's not a
What
$300,000
about a million?
discount.
Correct.
It's a $300,000 house.
Correct. The initial sales price, because it is based on the income, so we just did an estimate based on the rates and the income. So we're looking at a three-bedroom unit right now at this moment. It's about $305,290. 4-bedroom, $327,200, and that's as of right now. So the discount is higher.
So it's, if I may, it's based on income limits. Then we have to take the 30% plus utilities plus HOA, and we come up with the number. So there's a whole calculation that goes into it.
The calculation includes principal, interest, taxes, homeowners insurance, HOA dues, maintenance, and utilities. And that's how you come up with the initial sales price. And then you look at the household size, and that's where you determine the income. The income level determines the sales price.
So I'm trying to understand staff's position before with the recommendation. So we're talking about selling a house for $800,000 less than market or something like that? And
Potentially, yes.
Potentially. But staff would have preferred the in lieu fee, which would have been, instead of a $800,000 discount, it's really equivalent to like a $400,000 discount, right?
Correct. When we're looking at the recommendation from the housing department, we're looking at this as far as how the impact, the number of units, the number of families that we can assist. So when we're looking at potentially funding another development where it doesn't mean the entire development is going to be restricted, but for example, if I just give one example, let's say Cypress, they're going to have a total of 90 units. So it doesn't mean that all 90 units are going to be restricted, but it's a larger number of units that we're making affordable and available to the families. So we're thinking on the larger impact with our funds that are available. So for us, we obviously, when we look at helping 6 families, those 6 families are important. Homeownership is important. We're thinking, okay, we could potentially make it a minimum of 85 units available for 85 families. Rents are pretty high right now. We do want families to become homeowners, but we also want families to be able to have a safe place to live in. So we're looking at balancing both needs in the community.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. If there are no other questions or comments, we're ready for the vote, Madam Clerk.
Mayor and council members, if you can go ahead and cast your vote, please. Thank you, and this motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
I also like to, Madam Clerk, I want to make a motion to extend past 10 o'clock.
I'll second that motion.
Thank you. If there are no public speakers, call for the vote.
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Starr, we're
Yeah.
voting to go past 10 p.m.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes.
Councilwoman Basura?
Yes.
Councilmember Perallo? Councilwoman Bettis?
Yes.
Mayor MacArthur?
Yes.
And this motion carries 7-0 to go past 10 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. We'll now move to the next item. This is the time and place set for a public hearing on item M2 from the Public Works Department. Subject, 5-year capital improvement program, CIP, for fiscal year 2027 through 2031. The recommendation that the City Council provide input on the draft CIP and recommend that the City Council, 1, hold a public hearing to receive public testimony regarding the proposed 2027 through 2031 City of Oxnard 5-year CIP. 2, approve the existing carryover CIP projects and the proposed new funding as outlined in the staff report for Category 1 projects. 3, reaffirm the carryover CIP projects in Category 2. 4, approve the project prioritization lists in Category 3 and 4 outlined in the staff report and adopt the 2027 through 2031 City of Oxnard 5-year CIP. And 5, direct staff to finalize the 2027 through 2031 CIP and general fund Measure O amounts for Category 4 projects once the city's fiscal year 2026 through 2027 operating budget has been completed as approved. CIP funding allows. The Public Works and Transportation Committee on April 28th, 2026, recommended the item to be forwarded to the council for discussion and review with changes made to the staff's recommended prioritization for for 16 Category 4 and Category 5 projects. Michael Wolf, Public Works Director, is here to answer any questions staff may have. We start with the City Clerk's certification of publication and written communications, if any. Madam City Clerk.
Mayor and council members, there was a legal notice published in Be the newspaper on May 7th, and the City Clerk's office has received no written communications on this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do any council members have any ex parte communications or other disclosures regarding this matter to state for the record? Go ahead, Councilmember Perlo.
I took the opportunity to walk inside the police parking lot. I don't know if that's considered, but I did that.
Yeah, I don't consider that to be an ex parte conversation, but members of the public were invited to sign up to speak on this item on the city's website. Any person who did not sign up may do so now by submitting a speaker card or following the instructions posted on the agenda for this meeting and at the city's website under Oxnard or city meetings. Morgan Kessler, city engineer, posted a video presentation regarding this item and is available to answer any brief clarifying questions council members may have before we take public testimony on this item. Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead.
I have a couple questions. Seeing this is a public hearing, there's some very specific steps we have to take on this. I asked a question of the city attorney just now, just because there's a bit of a typo. Do we need to pause for that or for a second, or are we good to move forward on this?
Well, would like to do some verification and just see what is going on. So if you give me a couple minutes.
Sure.
I need to go to a different link since I can't link in the chambers here to test what you are talking about.
Okay. And if I
Sure,
may,
ahead,
Mayor, I have everything electronic here versus the hard copy binders. And while the video for this is posted on YouTube for the item, just now when I went to bring up the video for this particular agenda item, I did see it went to a video for another agenda item for this evening. And so, you know, a small issue there, but because it's a public hearing, I just want to make sure that we're in the clear on this before we move forward on it.
Okay. As we are waiting clarification from our city attorney, if it's okay, we'll take a 5-minute recess.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Maybe we could suspend the order of the agenda and move on to a different item and come back to it?
Okay, you can do that.
Sorry, it's
No
9:40 and.
No problem.
I'd like to move that we suspend the order of the agenda.
Sure. That's right.
Well, the next one even.
All right, so the mayor just stepped away for a second, so let's go ahead and,
Yes, that's a motion for us to suspend the order of the agenda so we could continue conducting business while they look into that. The next sequential,
okay.
So would that be N2?
I believe, yes.
Yes.
And there's a second?
So we
by
have
Mayor Pro
a
Tem?
motion by Councilwoman Rodriguez, a second by Councilor Perillo to move on to N2 for the time being, Madam Clerk. May we take a vote for that? We can do a roll call.
Yes, bear with me for a quick minute. Mayor Pro Tem Teran,
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua. Yes. Councilmember Perallo.
Yes.
Councilwoman Bettis.
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Starr.
Yes.
Mayor MacArthur is absent, and this motion carries 6-0. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, we return to the public hearing in a little bit. For the time being, let's move on to agenda item N2. N2, the Housing Department, subject First Amendment to the Oxnard. Oh, shoot. I need to recuse myself from this one. Okay. So on this item, then, can we?
So can we move on to N3?
Can we move on to N3?
For now?
Let's do that.
Just because if you can't speak on this?
Yes,
All right.
I do need to recuse myself from N2. My apologies on that, folks. Without objection, we're going to just go ahead and move on to N3, folks?
Yes, please.
No.
So I had mentioned in my motion the next sequential item, but we're not able to. So if I may make another motion to move on to item number N3.
Okay.
Second by Perello.
All right, we have a motion by Councilwoman Rodriguez and a second by Councilmember Perillo. Can we do a roll call vote, Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Starr.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran.
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua. Yes. Councilmember Perallo.
Yes.
Councilwoman Bettis.
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez.
Yes.
And this motion carries 6-0.
All right, thank you.
Thank you all for that. With that, then, we're going to go to item N3, Public Works Department, subject Second Amendment to Agreement A-8281 with Kennedy Jenks, Inc. for construction management services for budget appropriations for the Oxnard Wastewater Treatment Plant Reliability Improvement Project, PW 20-102. Recommendation that the City Council approve and authorize the mayor to, 1, execute a Second Amendment to the Professional Services Agreement with Kennedy Jenks, Inc. to increase the not-to-exceed amount from $4,514,536 to $5,703,885 and extend the term date to October 31st, 2027 for additional construction management services for the Oxnard Wastewater Treatment Plant OWTP Reliability Improvement Project C2201. 2, authorize a project budget appropriation transfer in the amount of $1.5 million from the Wastewater OWTP Effluent Pump Station Improvements Project C2235 within the Wastewater Operating Fund 611 to the Oxnard Wastewater Treatment Plant OWTP Reliability Improvement Project C2201 for continued professional construction management services as well as construction costs and engineering support services till the project is completed. And 3, authorize a project budget appropriation in the amount of $5,200,000 from the Wastewater Operating Fund 611, as well as the corresponding transfers in the Wastewater Capital Fund 612 to the Oxnard Wastewater Treatment Plant OWTP Reliability Improvement Project C2201 for continued professional construction management services, as well as construction costs and engineering support services until the project is completed. This item did not originate in committee, as this is a capital improvement project specifically listed in the city's capital improvement program budget, which was previously approved by the city council. Contact is Michael Wolf, our Public Works Director. Do any council members have questions of staff besides repeating the recommendation? Okay, seeing and hearing no questions, Mr. Wolf, is there any information you'd like to volunteer at this point before we go to public speakers?
Volunteer, interesting word. I will say that this is, we've mentioned this project a couple times at council, a very complex and large construction project, $54+ million, on an active regional wastewater treatment plant that runs 24/7, 365. Sometimes you run into things that you don't expect underground from something that was built in the 50s and 60s. And so this is an opportunity for us to make sure we have construction management services for the full length of the rest of the construction project. And we're doing a little bit of cleanup on the state revolving fund funding that we have. So we're making sure that the 2 projects that were identified for funding get the correct funding sources. Then we're backfilling that with operating budget money. So.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wolf. The mayor has returned, so I'll turn it over to you, Madam Clerk, if we have any public speakers on this item.
Mayor Pro Tem and council members, we do not have any public speakers in person or virtually for this item. Thank you.
Okay, just in case, if there's anyone wishing to speak on item N3, please come forward for a speaker card, or if you're online, please press *9 to raise your hand. I'll turn it back over to the mayor.
Thank you. We're on M3.
Mayor, if there's no speakers, I would like to move the recommended action.
Is
I'll
there a
second it.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, call for the vote.
Mayor and council members, if you can go ahead and cast your vote. Thank you, and this motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
It didn't shine.
Are we going back into?
Diego, can you, okay, thank you. And the motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you, Public Works.
Now he can recuse himself.
Yeah, let me just find it here. The next item on the agenda is item N2. This is from the Housing Department. Subject First Amendment to the Oxnard Navigation Center Operation Agreement with Mercy House for fiscal year 2025-26. Recommendation that the City Council, one, approve and authorize the mayor to execute the First Amendment to Agreement 326-00011 between the city and Mercy House Living Centers, otherwise referred to as Mercy House, for the provision of shelter and navigation center operations. Two, authorize the city manager to appropriate the use of permanent local housing allocation, PLHA, funds and recognize revenue in the amount of $96,215 to increase the agreement amount for Agreement 326-00011 between the city and Mercy House from $3,355,407.75 to $3,451,622.75. And three, authorize the city manager to appropriate and recognize revenue of $252,873.66 in PLHA funds and $12,838.64 in California State Grant funds to cover the city's increased cost share under Agreement A-8462 between the city and the County of Ventura for navigation center operations. This item did not originate in committee, and Housing Director Brenda Lopez is here to answer any questions staff may have. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Because this does affect an existing cost share agreement between the city and the County of Ventura, just out of an abundance of caution due to potential remote interest, I'm going to recuse myself from this item.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Do any council members have any questions of staff on this item? If not, we will receive public comments. Speakers have 3 minutes to speak. And Madam Clerk, do we have any virtual speakers on this item?
Mayor and council members, we do not have any requests to speak in person or virtually for this item.
Thank you. We'll start with Helen.
Mayor,
Is this, oh, no, I'm sorry, that's, sorry, there was.
So, Mayor, I guess
Yes, go ahead,
if there's no public comments, I do have a question. I guess I'm just not clear. So Mercy House constructed this. There were delays. Why are we responsible for Mercy House's construction delay costs? Why is that a burden that we should take on ourselves? Why isn't this Mercy House's issue? How is this not a gift of public funds?
I'm Brenda Lopez, Housing Director. For clarification, Mercy House did not build the shelter. And also, this is like a twofold response in that our interest in getting the shelter built is that this is part of our encampment response program. So we did have at least close to 40 participants in a temporary shelter in the hotels, waiting for Casa de Carmen to be completed. We did work a cost-sharing agreement with the county. The county could only support us starting the move-in into the new shelter. So in our case, it is in our best interest to move our clients into the permanent supported housing units. The funding sources, PHLA and the state grant, we applied for those grants with the understanding that we needed to secure funding to support us to be able to accomplish housing these individuals.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
I'll second.
I guess the only comment I'll make is that I'm just not a big fan of the whole Mercy House operation as it is, and I'll be voting no on this.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, call for the vote.
Mayor and council members, if you can go ahead and cast your vote. Thank you, and this motion carries 5 in favor, 1 against. And that was Councilmember Starr voting no on this item. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Fisher, did you have an update on?
So there are slight technical difficulties with the links for the CIP public hearing item. However, we are legally required to go forward with the CIP item the way it has been noticed. So I believe that you should move forward with your public hearing on that item.
Okay, thank you.
So to be clear, the Measure M video identifier is on the agenda properly. It's just the way the link works is not directing it correctly. So one can still find that video, and in fact, there's multiple links in the staff report that get you to that meeting, that video.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Then we will proceed where we left off. Members of the public were invited to sign up to speak on this item on the city's website, and a person who did not sign up may do so now by submitting a speaker card or following the instructions posted on the agenda for this meeting and at the city's website, oxnard.org, city meetings. Morgan Kessler, city engineer, posted a video presentation regarding this item and is available to answer any brief clarifying questions council members may have before we take public testimony on this item. The council will deliberate after the public hearing has been closed. Do any council members have any questions at this time? Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
All right, back to my original question. So thank you both for all the information on this. I know it was an extended discussion at the Public Works Committee. I'm wondering, just for the benefit of the public, because this is a public hearing and anyone who didn't get to view the video on their own time ahead of this meeting, can we just have a brief explanation? I know there's a few moving parts here on the different categories, what's in front of us, and just a little bit of an overview of the recommendation that is in front of us and what we're requesting direction on tonight.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor and council members. Michael Wolf, Director of Public Works. This is our 2-year capital improvement program budget recommendation or project recommendation. It's a culmination of a lot of input from different departments outside of Public Works and then internal to Public Works. These are important projects, important and urgent projects that are for service improvements or repairs or additional services for a lot of different infrastructure throughout the city. And for those of you who remember, we are recommending a very similar process that we did 2 years ago. So we do have a lot of existing capital projects that have been through some approval process in the past, council, and those projects continue to go forward, and staff is recommending that they continue to go forward. I'll pause and go a different direction just for a second. Capital projects are not fiscal year projects. Capital projects are multi-year projects from start to finish. Some are a little quicker than others. Some have other restrictions like funding sources that you can't do certain things unless you meet certain requirements. And so I think that there sometimes is a misunderstanding that capital projects are a fiscal year project, but they could be, just the planning and designing alone could be multiple fiscal years. So because of that, we do have capital projects on what we call Category 1, as noted in the staff report, are existing projects that have already been approved by council, already have a previously appropriated funding, and staff has recommended to continue to move forward on those projects to whatever the next phase may be or phase is, if we can get through them. And then they may have some additional funding requests in the next 2 years. So we are recommending a 2-year look forward in terms of budgeting. And so those projects may have some additional fundings in the 2-year window. But those funds are non-general fund, non-Measure O. So they, I think I've mentioned this to council members before, we call it, they come with their own funding, they bring their own money to the table. For example, you could think of grant-funded projects or utility projects, things like that, or development impact fee projects that aren't competing against general fund or Measure O dollars. And then what we've done is we've taken a look at, we have 255, I think is the total number of projects that we are looking at, which when you do a little research on the internet, you'll find out from a general law city of this size, that's on the high side. So we're trying to juggle all the needs and requests with the resources we have, not just the funding resources, but the staffing resources that the city engineer has available to him. And so there are going to be projects that we're recommending that may not, they're important projects and projects that have true justification to do, but we have to make a decision about resource allocation, so there may not be as urgent as other projects. So Category 2 projects are projects that are, again, important, have good justification, but just don't rise to the level from an urgency standpoint, whether that's from a health and life safety, whether that's from a funding source deadline, whether that's from something's broken and has to be immediately repaired, or if we don't do this first, we can't do something second. Those are the kinds of things that we look at from an urgency standpoint. So Category 2 projects are existing projects already approved by council that are not going to be moved forward as fast. So I like the city engineer's analogy on this. It's as if you're cooking dinner, you have some things simmering in the back, your sauce, what'd you say, reduction of something? I'm not a cook. So he has a nice little analogy where you're doing some reduction of sauce in the back, and that's on a low simmer where you're cooking on the front. So Category 2 projects are on the low simmer in the back, and staff has assigned those projects, but they just don't have the urgency as Category 1 projects. And then we have quite a bit of requested new projects, and that's Category 3. And so those Category 3 projects, again, are projects new, so the council, this council or prior councils have not authorized staff to work on them yet. So the request tonight is to get the authorization to work on those projects and to fund those projects identified, whether we're funding just the design, just the planning, or maybe the entirety of the project, we're funding it. These are requests from outside the department, so I think there's some police and fire projects in there. I think there's a library projects in there, but there's also public works projects. But these are projects that come, again, with their own funding sources. So again, think utility projects, think grant-funded projects, think development impact fee projects. They're not competing for general fund or Measure O, but we believe, just based on the way that we Public Works evaluates urgency of projects, rise to a higher level than Category 2. So staff's recommendation is these projects be introduced and included in the CIP project and have the urgency consistent with Category 1 projects. They're just new projects. Where I believe if we repeat what we did 2 years ago, the biggest discussion will be Category 4 projects. And so Category 4 projects are either new or existing projects that are requesting general fund or Measure O dollars in the next 2 years. So categories 1, 2, and 3, when you look at the list, they're not in any particular priority order. They're in alphanumeric order. So they're just listed alphanumerically. So they all have the same level of prioritization within their own group, if you will. Category 4 projects are specifically identified in a priority order based on a couple of things. So we did, if the projects came from outside the department, we asked the department to prioritize their projects if they submitted multiple projects to us for evaluation. Then we internally, internal to Public Works, take those lists and those projects, and we say, okay, let's apply our lens to this. Health and life safety, is it something broken, needs to be fixed? Is it something that could cause additional damage if it's not fixed? And then maybe if it's additional service or expanded services, it may fall into a different urgency category. So we look at it from that perspective. And so we made a recommendation to the committee based on that those lenses of here's how we recommend ranking those projects that are competing for the same dollars, which is, again, general fund and Measure O dollars. And then what the committee did is they looked at that list and said, we actually think there are 16 projects lower on the list that are more urgent than what was previously city staff number 3 project. So we took 16 projects and we moved them above what was number 3 on staff's recommendation. And that was the recommendation from the committee. Now, those 16 projects were not reordered. They were put above number 3, staff's recommendation number 3, in the same order that they were presented to the committee. So we did not reprioritize those after the committee gave us that recommendation. And then we have category 5 projects, which are unfunded projects. If you actually look in the back of our current CIP book, we have several pages of projects, again, that are important. They have justification. They just don't rise to the level of recommending funding because they're not as urgent. And so there are category 5 projects that are what we consider unfunded projects. Those are the 5 categories. The request tonight from staff is to walk through the recommendations as listed in the staff report, which is really confirming category 1 projects or high urgent projects, confirming category 2 projects are still active and want to be worked on, but maybe at a slower pace. Approve category 3 new projects with the funding sources and the fundings being identified, and then provide direction to staff about the prioritization for category 4. Now, I'll add to this now the conversation of funding, the money itself, because the way we're presenting the information is more about the prioritization of projects. That's how we are addressing it tonight, because what's missing, the piece that's missing from this conversation is the other priorities that the city council has to consider from an operating budget standpoint. So when we look at it from a citywide perspective, you have all these different needs, whether they're operating needs or capital needs, that need to be prioritized. You can't do everything because of the funding limitations that we have. So what we're asking tonight is a prioritization conversation with the understanding that when the operating budget comes next month, I think it is, June 1st, so that sounds right, then there'll be an identification of supplemental requests or funding requests in the operating budget that could be folded in to the discussion about capital projects. Now, I think it's fair to sort of give a perspective of where this could land tonight. And so I did talk to the finance director, and he mentioned that based on the way the draft budget is coming out and the way this current fiscal year is proposing to end, there's about $16 million available to do capital projects. So when you look at category 4, the actual spreadsheets, you'll see a running total there on the right. And that running total is in 2 different funding sources because we're asking for projects either of Measure O or general fund, depending on their eligibility for those different funding sources and or the consistency with prior fundings for those projects. So the way that category 4 spreadsheet's set up is that if you start to scroll down those fiscal year 26, 27 general fund Measure O columns, you'll be able to get to a total of $16 million and see where that line is drawn on the list of which projects you can get to based on the current order that is today. Now, I will say that respectfully, I appreciate the committee's input in terms of projects. I do believe that our staff recommendation for prioritization of projects is still our staff recommendation for priority projects, but respectfully, taking in the committee's recommendation, we did move those projects in category 4 around per the committee's request. I think that gives enough information to start.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Wolf. Much appreciated. Thank you, Mayor.
So Mayor, I will have some questions, but I'd like to hear from the speakers first and then ask the questions.
Thank you. I'll now open up the public testimony portion of the public hearing. Speakers have 3 minutes to speak on this item. We have 6 people that signed up to speak. Madam Clerk, are there any speakers joining us virtually?
Mayor and council members, we do not have any public speakers joining us virtually for this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak on the public hearing, please come forward and fill out a speaker card, or if you are joining us virtually, please press *9 to raise your hand. I will call up Helen, followed by Olivia Benavides. Gosh.
Thank you. I'll use my teacher voice. How's that? My name is Helen Matter, and I'm here to speak and to support an item in the CIP. I'm not sure which category, and I'm not sure which number we fall into, but I live on the corner of Vineyard and H Street. And since between January 2025 and January 2026, we've had 19 accidents. And that came from our police department and our beat coordinator. And since that time, we've had at least 3 more. The latest one was Friday afternoon, about 5 o'clock, I believe. So I would like the light changed and the traffic pattern changed there. And that's what I'm supporting in the CIP. I believe that was put in there in recently. We've been complaining about this intersection now for about 3 to 4 years, and it just keeps getting worse. I don't know if it's a behavior issue on people driving on Vineyard and H, or if it's just a traffic pattern. But I would like a new light there with a new left turn lane, at least something to make it a little more safe for those of us who live there and drive that road every single day. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Matter. Olivia Benavides. Followed by Deborah Arevalo.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Olivia Benavides. I live in the South Bank neighborhood, and I would, I'm sorry. So sorry. I'm ready to go to sleep. My name is Olivia Benavides, and thank you for allowing me this time to speak. I live in the South Bank neighborhood, and I was hoping that I could pass my 3 minutes that I'm allotted on to Deb Arevalo, who heads up our neighborhood council, and she'll take over from there. Is that okay to do?
That's fine. Go ahead. Go ahead, Ms. Arevalo. Bless you.
Sorry, I'm a lot shorter than Olivia. Good evening, Mayor MacArthur, Mayor Pro Tem Duran, and council members. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Deborah Arevalo, and I reside in the South Bank neighborhood, and I'm the South Bank neighborhood chair. I'm speaking on behalf of the South Bank neighborhood, but not just my neighborhood. We've lost many of the members back here. We lost about 20 people from our adjoining neighborhoods, but we had Sierra Linda here. We also had South Bank here, and in addition, we have our Orchard Park chair here. So this is an intersection that has posed serious and escalating risks to our drivers, pedestrians, and families since 2023. Every single day, 26,502 people drive that daily. And I mean daily, not just once, twice, but daily. So there's a risk there. And the South Bank Neighborhood Council submitted a formal email request in January 2023. As we stated before, as Helen mentioned, this has been an ongoing issue on our South Bank neighborhood meetings. We had sent this email to senior engineer from the Public Works, Kakeb Saeed, and we documented our concerns. So at that time, we thought we'd strategize and go ahead and review things, such as the daily traffic usage, accident reports, and that was used through the Crossroads app, and that was provided by our beat officer. Traffic in this area has increasingly and substantially due to the continued growth and activity surrounding the wagon wheel area and that development and the collection. So with that being said, the intersection has become increasingly dangerous and congested as a direct result. It is also a critical artery for the South Bank neighborhood. It's only one of 2 exits for us. That's it. We have South Bank and Ventura Road or North H and Vineyard. So with that, in January 2026, the South Bank Neighborhood Council met with the Public Works, Morgan Kessler, thank you, Michael Wolf, thank you, and we had a PowerPoint presentation by their senior engineer, Kakeb Saeed, and it was discussed, and we asked for potential solutions. And it was arrived that it was going to be a protected left-hand turn and any necessary development that needs to be done to allow that to happen. That intersection is being considered under the capital improvement program. And we're here today to request that it be a priority. And we also submitted that information to Public Works. That's why we're here. We want a change on the North H and Vineyard signal. So the following is undeniable. This is data. So first I'm going to go over the speeding citations. So there's been an increasingly sharply increase for the citations. In 2023, 198. In 2024, 209. In 2025, 375. And that's nearly a 90% increase. So again, I want to point out to you that this road is heavily used. So with those citations, the true number could be considerably higher because we just started January, correct? Reported collisions follow the same alarming trajectory. In 2023, 6 collisions, 2024, 12, 2025, 16, and 2026, just of January, 4 collisions. And those are the only ones that are reported to the OPD. So say there's an accident, like Helen has a front view from her window. If they don't call the police, it's not reported. So I want that noted. The actual number could be higher. So the South Bank Neighborhood Council is requesting that you put this project as a designated priority for funding with immediate implementation. We're asking for a protected left turn signal and on North H and Vineyard. This signal will prevent future accidents, reduce speeding, restore the safety and accessibility that our neighborhood needs. The safety of our residents is not negotiable at this time. We have to worry about our ins and outs of our neighborhood. The South Bank Committee appreciates your time, your attention, and your continued service to the city of Oxnard. And before I end, I want to acknowledge somebody who is no longer working for the city of Oxnard, but who was a professional and caring employee, who is Miguel Guillen, who attended every single South Bank meeting and listened to all our concerns. He now has moved on to the county, but I wanted to acknowledge what a wonderful person he was as a liaison. So if you could continue to research and possibly prioritize this signal, we, the South Bank neighbors, the Orchard Lane Park, the Sierra Linda, we'd appreciate your vote on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. Thank you very much. Mr. Larry Stein? Followed by Ellis Carter.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Before I speak, I request the city manager, that the mayor ask for a vote to see if you want to continue the meeting past 10 o'clock.
We did.
I didn't hear that motion.
Yeah, we did about an hour ago, yeah.
Okay. So a concern I have is that this CIP project, which I've studied to a certain extent, but not fully, should be reconsidered. The city has not considered the future funding decreases taking place with the drop of Measure O expiring in 2 years. The city manager seems to assume, and we know what assume means, that the sales tax will be continued, but there's no guarantee that sales tax will be continued. We also have to consider the fact that revenues will be dropping. We have sales tax dropping because of the sharing of the Amazon revenues and the decrease in revenues from Costco. This has been called inflation. We expect inflation to be going up. So these figures, I don't think, are considering inflationary costs as they go down the line. You know, gasoline has gone up quite a bit recently, and probably will drop. But again, the fact that inflation has not been considered in these budgets, and I think that these budgets should be, I suggest that this item be returned back to City Council in 2 weeks with adjusted figures to adjust for the fact that sales tax revenue will be decreasing, the costs will be going up, and these really aren't considered in the CIP projects. Now, the other items of concern are the fact that we have neighborhoods, or we had a review of citizens on priority and priority-based budgeting that seems to be ignored through these capital improvement projects. In category 4, for example, number 1 and number 2 has to do with circulation for neighborhood streets. And the fact that neighborhood streets and arterial roads are getting a certain amount of consideration on item 4, but that includes sales tax revenue. But the number 1 priority in the survey the city issued on the second survey was streets. That was the number 1 priority. The number 2 priority had to do with traffic, well, had to do with homelessness, I believe. But anyways, those items have not been addressed. The concerns that a city sent out on the surveys for how the citizens want to prioritize things has been ignored. And again, the city council wants to ignore the city's citizenship. The very people we represent, perhaps the consideration that the citizens have told you about should be considered as far as priority setting. Now, we have a city council member who said that our priorities can be changed every other year. I mean, if the city council don't want to do this, it's our choice to change things. But at what point are there commitments by the city? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stein. Mr. Ellis Carter, followed by Abel Magana.
Evening, Mayor and Council. I just want to get, Ellis Carter, South Bank. I just want to give perspective on that intersection that we're all talking about. It is a notorious area as far as collisions, and as a motorcyclist, I can sit there at the light on H Street, and it's a slight slope if you're coming east or westbound on Vineyard. And what's happening is you have a lot of people who are speeding that are not from that neighborhood, and you got poor us who live there making a left. So I'm definitely for that being a protected left-hand turn, because that's the problem right there. But there's more things going on with that, and it's been happening for years, because that's right near the Santa Clara Cemetery. So people are going down there, it's a dip. A lot of that deals with angles and stuff, and we've talked to the engineers, and they see the problems, but this is why I think it needs to be a priority, because that's to be taken delicately and looked at over and over again, because you can fix things, but you still can see people not from this area flying through there, because there's a curve there, and people just don't pay attention, because we have kids walking in the intersection, we have the cemeteries, we have the buses, and there's cars parked all along that corridor right there. So there's a lot of areas that are like gray and things can happen. So I'm just asking that we make that a priority to think about. Thank you.
Duly noted. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Carter. Mr. Magana?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Abel Magana. I'm the executive director for the Downtown Oxnard Improvement Association. I just want to start first by acknowledging, the staff and all the work that went into putting together this pretty extensive capital improvement program. I've been even just going through just the staff report was a lot, but I can see by the size of the binder that the Public Works Directors, that there's a lot of competing projects competing for priorities. And I'm happy that there's actually 3 that are in that first category for the directly impact the downtown and in a larger sense the city of Oxnard, of course, the entire community, but the Carnegie seismic retrofit study, the 4th Street corridor improvements, and I know that that's well funded through some grants that staff was able to obtain, and also the transit center improvements over at the transit center in terms of lighting, cameras, landscaping, all of that too. It all contributes to the image of downtown and the safety of downtown, which is the other part that I wanted to bring up was category 4, and I'm not sure if I'm reading this correctly, so I apologize if I got the priorities wrong, but I see that it says staff recommendation to move to category 2, less urgent, with Measure O and bond fundings. And the item I'm referring to is the citywide streetlight asset management program. I think that's crucially important, and it does need to be a high priority, and in particular along Oxnard Boulevard. We, from 2nd Street, or the 3rd Street Bridge, all the way to like 9th, which are the main gateways into the downtown. Recently, we historically had like 18 light poles in the median, and over time they were like mid-century, so they corroded, some fell down on their own, some were hit by cars, and the rest were just taken out just recently. You know, it was just their time to go. They were non-functional. But now it's very, very dark along Oxnard Boulevard. If you go from 4th to 9th in particular, you have only Cobra lights along the intersections, just at the intersections. So you have whole strips of sidewalk where it's very, very dark. And in particular now also too, because you have large ficus trees with massive canopies. And those even affect, the ambient light just from, from the moonlight or whatever too. So it's just amplified. And I'd go back to like things like the Oxnard Corridor Transportation Improvement Plan. It prioritized, like pedestrian safety, and it specifically called out lighting. So I would just ask that be raised.
Thank you, Ms. Magana. Thank you. Madam Clerk, are there any other public speakers?
Mayor and council members, that concludes our speakers in person and virtually for this item. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Mayor,
Yes, go ahead.
I did have some questions. I just wanted to hear from the speakers first.
Let me just close the public hearing really quick. If there are no additional speakers, then we will close the public hearing. The public hearing is now closed. And then now, does any council member wish to comment? Go ahead, Councilmember Starr.
I'm not an engineer, so bear with me here. I guess I first have a baseline question, and then I'll let you know what my thought process is as a result of this. So what is the difference in the cost of maintaining a street based on an optimal maintenance program versus doing no street maintenance, let's say, and later rebuilding the street from scratch? What's the magnitude of difference?
So we've had this discussion a little bit in the past. Not to get too technical, we do have a pavement condition index curve that is exponential in its relationship and not linear. But the general rule of thumb is, when we're talking about preventative maintenance versus corrective maintenance, I think really that's the meat of the question here.
Right.
And preventative maintenance is, when you're spending $1 or so, $1 per unit, whatever that may be, square yard, square foot, however we want to measure it. For every $1 you're spending in preventative maintenance, it could be 6 to 10 times more when it's corrective maintenance on the same street.
Okay.
And so you see a lot of savings. We can extend the dollars that we have, the limited resources that we have, and we try to keep good streets good, and do as much preventative maintenance as possible. Now, we have a lot of, I think we have close to $200 million worth of deferred maintenance on city streets based on the latest report that we get annually. And so we still have to do corrective maintenance. Right now, I think our rule of thumb is that for every project that we put out, we try to do at least 25% preventative maintenance so that we can continue to apply dollars that allow us to extend the useful life of that project at a much more inexpensive cost. So it's about, $1 versus $6 to $10 is sort of the rule of thumb that we use.
That's a big difference.
And if you're getting into, yes, that is, and if you're getting into actual remove and replacement, it could be even significantly higher.
So kind of as a follow-up question, so I'm looking at staff's recommendations, and, it looks like you have priority number 3A, which is the arterial street resurfacing. And of course, the Public Works and Transportation Commission has pushed this way down the list. I guess what I'd like to know is, if we didn't do Project 3A, the arterial street resurfacing, if we were to delay that for 2 years, let's say, how much extra would it cost us versus us doing it now when the roads are in a better condition?
So it's difficult to answer in dollars, but again, it's the ratio that we know, right? So the longer we wait to repair roads, the more costly it is. So I can't give you an actual dollar figure, but for every year or every time we wait and the PCI goes down, it costs us more money to maintain that street. And so that relationship is that ratio of relationships, meaning for every $1 of preventative maintenance, it's $6 to $10 of preventative. Corrective. The curve is not, it doesn't fall off the cliff. There is sort of, it's asymptotic in its relationship to zero. And so when you get to a certain point, like maybe around 55 to 50 PCI, you can see a very sharp curve, and then it starts to flatten back out. And so there is a point in time where it's almost got three lives, if you will. You have its new life to about a PCI of 60, where you can do preventative maintenance, and then that 60 to 40 range, sometimes we can do preventative maintenance, sometimes we have to do corrective maintenance, sometimes we have to do both. Then after 40, it's mostly corrective maintenance. And so once that street starts to go into that 55 to 45, that's when you start seeing that exponential cost.
It's a quick degradation at that point. So I guess the same would apply to priority number 4A, which is the alleys, right?
Right, so we have two alley projects. We have, so the way that we ranked our projects, the way staff ranked our projects, that we ranked the neighborhood paving number 1, we ranked the neighborhood alleys number 2, we ranked the arterial number 3, and we ranked the relatively new advanced alley maintenance project number 4. So that's different and apart from the citywide alley one. So the citywide alley one is going to mostly be replacing it with concrete. Sometimes we replace it with new asphalt. But the advanced alley maintenance project, if you remember, is that next step in between a concrete repair and doing pothole repair. It's to extend the useful life of those alleys 5 to 7 years, so that they can rise up on the level of priority list for concrete.
So here's kind of my thought process on this. I recognize that we've got lots of things that we want to do, and we can't afford to do all of them. So where I put my priority in terms of spending is, what can I spend today where if I don't spend it today, it's a lot more in the next year or 2 or 3 or 4. Because if I can focus the spending on where we get kind of like the biggest bang for the buck, if you will, that's going to make it so that we have more money available in the long run for all these other projects we want to do. If we just focus on stuff that, we kind of like, we'd love to do this now, and they're all important. But if we do those now, that means that we're going to have to sacrifice equivalent projects, even bigger, perhaps, dollar figures in the next few years down the road. So I'm kind of inclined to go with what staff is recommending because of, at least looking from that financial lens. And if I can kind of bring a, I don't know, analogy, story, comparison here, I don't know how many of you are familiar with the Stanford marshmallow experiment. And this was something that's done in the 1970s. What they did is they took kids, they put them into a room by themselves, and they said, all right, we're going to give you a marshmallow. But if you can hold off for 15 minutes, you're going to get 2 marshmallows. And what they discovered was that they did a long-term study of these kids. Later on, they discovered that, the kids that were able to defer gratification for 15 minutes to get that second marshmallow, they had a more successful life. They made those sorts of decisions that were financially prudent and otherwise. So when I think about what we're doing here, I'm thinking about the Stanford marshmallow experiment. Are we saying we want our marshmallow right now? Are we willing to make that sacrifice today to do what really gives us the biggest bang for the buck? And so that we can get more marshmallows down the road. So I know it's kind of a strange analogy here, but it's the best one I could come up with. But based on that, I think it's the right and prudent decision to make, maybe not the most popular, but the most right and prudent decision to make is to invest in those items where we are dramatically reducing our future expenses. Because otherwise, we're creating a problem for, the next council, or even the council 2 years from now, 3 years from now, 4 years from now. So based on that, I guess when the time comes and it's appropriate to do so, I'd actually like to make the motion to adopt staff's recommendation to move these Category 4 items to Category 1, I guess it is, and I guess some to Category 2. I prefer staff's priorities, not because I don't think that these other things aren't great. We all want everything, but I want more things over the long haul. So I'm willing to do this today so I can have more tomorrow.
More marshmallows.
More marshmallows.
More marshmallows. Councilwoman, go ahead.
Just reviewing the information that was presented, like in briefings, and also the Public Works, the commission that discussed this. I was also leaning, or I'm not sure where I'm leaning, but I recognize that there's been a lot of thought put into, just trying to categorize things, and even like the system that's being presented. I was also leaning towards staff recommendation. However, I would like to give the opportunity to some of the committee members that were there without hashing out everything. But just moving the 16 projects, I feel that even though there was a lot of thought into like the fourth, and trust me, there's several projects that I'm very interested in. I think it's really important that we consider why they were so inclined to move some of these projects up. Because I do think that there's a big picture for us to consider as city, and none of these priorities are lesser than, because we need it all, right? And my concern is that 2 years from now, one, we're gonna be losing resources, and we will not be having the same level of, income even. So even if we have delayed gratification, we may not even have the option, because then it's not gonna be tightening your belt or prioritizing what would be nice to have. It's like we can't even afford to keep. So I just wanted to invite my colleagues who did have those conversations to just share, because I am inclined to go with the original recommendation that was proposed by staff.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Go ahead, Councilmember Farrell.
I don't often agree with Mr. Starr, but on this particular thing, the delayed gratification is important, because looking down the road, in the past, when this has come up and we've had the 5-year priorities, in my mind, the city has done a very good job and a lot of people don't like me saying that, the city's done a very good job of tackling the bad things and working on them. And we can't stop specific projects midstream. It's insanity. I will use one example. I mentioned that I walked in the police parking lot. I know the police parking lot stepped up a lot, but it's $2 million. And I see there's 6 districts here. I see every district had a resident complain about something in their district where they came from, a street or an alley. And I would rather spend that $2 million spread throughout there. And I know if you spread it over 6 districts, it doesn't go very far. But the aspect of paving the police parking lot, I'm looking at it, it's not the wisest move, and I'll explain it. There is a problem with flooding in the police parking lot. There is a possibility of creating a drainage out of the police parking lot to take care of that. The pavement is in bad shape. There are no potholes. But the police parking lot is a private parking lot, fence not open to the public. The vehicles that use that police parking lot are city vehicles. I think that if people need to, they can go through the parking lot without tearing up the car. If they have to leave fast, they do. But the bigger issue is the response times to incidents where they're called over good streets versus streets that need work are tremendous, a tremendous increase. And when, it comes to the parking lot floods once in a while, I know they say with El Nino, we're gonna have a hell of a thing here. But if the parking lot floods once in a while and people get their shoes wet, there will come a time when the officers are out on the road and they're in a neighborhood, they're gonna get their shoes wet there. It's part of the job. I totally agree with staff. I'm not smart enough to second guess staff, but I am smart enough to understand they've been doing a heck of a job. There are certain things that everybody wants, I also want. And there are certain things that cause you to want to pull your hair out. We didn't have a high priority, but $250,000 for the Cowboys goalposts. I was like, thank God that's not a high priority. I know they bring in a lot of money, but the streets are a big thing. And not taking care of your big, main, expensive assets. My first interaction with Mr. Starr was the sewer plant. And the sewer plant is a classic example. The city did not take care of their big, expensive, extremely important assets. And I think staff's recommendations is the way to go. I'm open to hearing the.
Thank you. And go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem. I think you had your hand up.
Thank you. And I appreciate the comments and what Councilwoman Rodriguez mentioned. I'm happy to speak to that. Going back to my original comments from the committee, I believe that all of the street items should remain 1 through 4. I know we went back and forth a little bit about Arturio, and I asked about the degradation as we talked about tonight. I believe those should stay priority within category 4, and then we move them as recommended by staff as priority dictates. Beyond that, when we look at the other items on here, I agree with what the councilwoman said. There's no things here that are any more important or less important than the others. They're all important items. I think they just have a different level of urgency or a different level of impact that we may see. But that being said, my my thoughts are that we place the street-related items back in category 4 to where they were. But then I would also like to continue to advocate for the restrooms that we had talked about at committee. When we talk about delayed gratification, some of these restrooms have been delayed for those residents for decades. And I don't know how much longer you want them to delay that. And so that to me would be a priority in category 4. The particular restroom items that are there. And this one is probably going to be one that will be open to discussion for my colleagues too, but this is for Campus Park Phase 3, where compared to where we were with funding of Campus Park several years ago, we have the opportunity to have this be a priority within category 4 as well, to have additional amenities come in. The bid that we received from the the contractor who's going to be doing the work that we just awarded at the previous meeting. It came in lower than was anticipated by staff. That allowed additional things that were going to happen later in phases to be done sooner. And as was mentioned earlier, we don't know where we're going to be for the broader economy as a city going into the next decade. If we have the ability at this current projected cost for Campus Park Phase 3, which is currently 5A, previously 8A on Category 4, I would advocate for us to go ahead and put that ribbon on that project in any way we can, or get close to putting the ribbon on. This may be one of the times that we can do that we may not be able to do later. And Mr. Wolf, do you have an addition to that?
Yeah, I just want to make clarification. So the Campus Park project that's in Category 4 is in Category 4 as additional grant fundings for award. So it's not competing for general fund or Measure O.
Okay.
Yeah,
awesome.
Just that clarification.
Thank you for that clarification.
Yeah,
So
that's
everybody
why
heard
it's
that.
on that last sheet of Category 4. Yeah.
All right. Anyhow, those are kind of my big things there. All the other things, we talked about the seismic study for the PAC. I'm open to hearing more about that. That is important to me as well. And I referenced you, Councilmember Perello, when we had that conversation at committee. Just knowing that that building is at least going to have the assessment it needs and work that's going to need to be done to get it to be safe, at least seismically, and the ADA upgrades that we're going to be on the hook for, it is what it is. We can't just keep our head in the sand on that, but open a conversation about it. The other conversation we had was around generators, and that is an important need for this campus and for the police department. Should we have a major natural disaster or some issue where the power is going to be down for any extended period of time, those generators are no longer CARB compliant. They are functional, as we determined during the committee meeting. And so we have one of a couple paths, but the two very apparent paths are we prioritize them and we replace them so that they are now compliant, or we wait to do that. We delay our gratification on that. And if they are needed in an event of emergency, we may have to answer to the Air Resources Board, but they are functional. And if we get a fine for that, okay, we get a fine for it, but they do work as intended, but they do no longer meet air quality standards. Is that correct, Mr. Wolf?
That's correct. The one at Sturgis, which is also the secondary EOC, so it has another importance
Absolutely.
to it. They have evidence inside refrigerated units, and so there's certainly importance to that generator project. But I'd be willing to bet that nobody from the Air Quality Committee is listening tonight. So so I would certainly make that same recommendation to the council for the emergency purposes. If we actually had to use Sturgis for the secondary EOC, I'm willing to stand in front of here and take the heat for getting a fine from the Air Quality District.
Thank you for that. And the last thing I'll say about the generators, folks, I asked this question of the Public Works Director at the meeting, but these particular units, there are no retrofits we can do or modifications we can do that would bring it into compliance. Is that correct?
For CARB, for CARB purposes?
Correct.
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, just so we're clear on that. There's no cheap way out of this one aside from delayed gratification on the generators.
Right, so for purposes of generators, if it's going to be hard installed, we actually have to get a authorization to construct permit first, and then we have to get a permit to operate as well. So it's this whole process to boot hard install generators at fixed facilities.
Okay, all right, thank you. Those are my comments, Mayor. Thank you.
Councilwoman Basua, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. And in regards to, at the committee meeting, the way I looked at the CIP and the way I have always looked at the CIP is, yes, I want the roads. I appreciate staff's recommendation, but my biggest concern is the health and safety of the people that we serve. So some of the items that were within the CIP, one of the things was fire station had a garage door that was malfunctioning. So can we imagine getting a 911 call and the fire department not being able to leave the station because a garage door failed? To me, that is health and safety. If that was me calling 911, I'd be very upset, especially if it comes to life. So those were some of the criterias that when I looked at CIP, I took into consideration. The paving and the alleys, it is extremely important. And I will agree with staff that that is something that we should continue to maintain. And I know we're not talking about budgetary, but I would propose when we do talk about budget that we allocate certain amount of funds every year and continue to increase those funds just for that purpose. But also allow us to do things that are going to make sure that we are taking care of the rest of the city. I'm big on lighting. I'm big on, our first responders getting what they need. So I would like to, I know this is our wish list, we don't have any monies tied to it. And I would agree that, priority should be some streets, but I'd like to put an annual cap on that with an increase to move forward. That way staff understands specifically what the workload would be like on a yearly basis. And understanding that cost goes up every year. Again, I looked at staff's recommendation as far as what they're recommending. I don't have a problem with that. We will have to debate what gets funding and what doesn't get funding at a later meeting.
Thank you. Councilmember Starr, go ahead.
So earlier I heard that because we may have less resources in the future that we ought to acquire some things here that maybe are in a different priority than staff. And I would argue that if that's true, it's actually the exact opposite you want to do. If you think resources are going to be thinner in the future, you want to absolutely focus on those expenses that will give you the biggest bang for your buck, because otherwise you're not going to be able to afford anything in a few years because you've used up your resources already. I think that there's going to be delayed gratification somewhere because we can't do everything. But I guess I'm still back to my marshmallow analogy. I want to have more marshmallows tomorrow rather than fewer marshmallows today. So if it's appropriate at this time, what I'd like to do is, because I think I get support from at least a couple people on this, I'd like to move that we adopt the recommendation with the exception that we substitute staff's priority listing to what the PWTC's recommendation priority listing is. That's my motion. I'm wondering if somebody will second that.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Can you repeat the motion again? You want to adopt the staff's recommendation? Which of the lines, staff's recommendation or the Public Works Committee recommendation?
I want to adopt the staff recommendation priority column. So the column that they've recommended, the order, that's what I'd want us to adopt. So basically, I'm taking the recommendation that's on the agenda and modifying it so that instead of the PWTC recommended priority list, it is the staff recommended priority list. So I'm trying to, in this case, support a staff decision over a committee decision.
I'll second that.
Okay.
Okay. Madam Clerk, call for the vote. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Just a quick item here, just for clarification. I know there's still members of the public here, a few of them who were here for the H Street and Vineyard discussion. Can we just clarify for folks, just that landed on category 3 and just where that sits based on the staff's recommendation, what the motion is here?
Yeah, I was getting hungry thinking about marshmallows. So it is a Category 3 project. That is Vineyard and H Street. We did have a long conversation with the neighborhood, long and continuous conversations with the neighborhood about that intersection. We have done some preliminary analysis that looks like it's going to meet the warrants required to do protective lefts. We are as you can imagine, that's not a very simple process. And so as you look at Category 3 project number 27, it's $1.5 million of development impact fees that we're recommending for that project. So we are recommending it to be a higher priority than Category 2 projects, and then basically get staff resources to move forward to finish the analysis and then go into design and then construction.
Okay, thank you for that. And in addition to that, there are also other considerations for the Vineyard corridor between H Street and Oxnard Boulevard as well. I know some of the folks who left, we've had conversations about that corridor, as well as residents who are not here tonight, as far as traffic calming measures, the design and structure of the medians, and a number of other items there. So I don't know if there's just a little bit of time to discuss that portion of it as well.
Yeah, the city engineer was pointing out that we do have numbers 9 and 10 on Category 3. That's the, 27 is the actual intersection, but 9 and 10 are the medians, the evaluation of other improvements in that area along that corridor for potential improvements, speed reduction, traffic calming, those kinds of activities that we would potentially be able to do through those projects.
Great, thank you very much. And I don't know if my colleagues recall, but several months ago, a resident who lives right there on that corridor on the eastbound side of Vineyard sent us a number of slides and photos of all of the collisions that have happened there, typically from speeding, it appears, especially with the types of collisions that are occurring. But you can see the number of parked cars that are destroyed, absolutely totaled by the collision, but also private property where there's fencing and brickwork that is in front of each of those condos that has been destroyed again and again and again. And so when it comes to individuals' decisions to not go 40 miles an hour there, and I have it memorized, it's 40 miles an hour there, this is what we end up with. So anything we can do from an engineering side, of course, to work on that, great, but the enforcement and the education side is still are still two big pieces of that equation. And I keep saying it, but at some point the state of California is going to look at speed cameras, and I know the police chief and I have had that discussion. He already knows some corridors in the city that would probably be candidates for that if this city ever gets to that, or the state ever allows cities to get to that point of discussion. So anyhow, I just wanted to cover that because some folks did come out to speak about Vineyard and H specifically, and I wanted to have that clarified for them. So thank you both.
Thank you. Councilmember Perrella, go ahead.
Before we leave the subject, if this passes, I'd just like to make a comment. The comments that were made about streetlights, there are a lot of streetlights that don't belong to the city of Oxnard. They're Edison. Fire Station 4 on Vineyard Avenue, the South Bank neighborhood, I live there. Fire Station 4 on Vineyard Avenue, those lights were out forever, and I kept blaming the city. It's Edison. And then on Oxnard Boulevard, the same thing. The lights that are falling down, they don't belong to the city. It's Edison. The other point that I'd like to make, I do agree, we need bathrooms. But if we're going to touch base with bathrooms, we got to start holding people accountable that have organized sports event at the Southwest Park by the airport, and they don't even provide a toilet. There should be some kind of somebody checking that. And the last is Mr. Carter, member of the South Bank Neighborhood Council. He's 100% right. He said he rode a motorcycle. I didn't know that. But he's absolutely right. When you're on Vineyard Avenue and you're coming to H Street, it is a nice curvy thing. But when you're a car, you don't notice it that much if you haven't been there. And the median, the brush is high, and you don't see the cars stopped in the left turn area. It's an issue. I am glad that these people have brought it up. I wished I, as a councilman for that area, had been invited to some of those meetings, but I was not. But they're fortunate, 2 council members that represent that neighborhood are sitting here today.
Thank you.
That's all I got.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilwoman Perez, go
Mayor,
ahead.
yeah, I just wanted to offer some perspective as well. So definitely alignment with staff's recommendation around street resurfacing, alley resurfacing. I think that is a parallel that I'm sure across districts comes across very pressing. Bathroom improvements, definitely agree. Lighting, I think, thanks for pointing that out, Councilmember Perrella, because that's definitely a concern that comes up in the South End. And I think as we talk about public safety, it's also important to include bicycle and pedestrian improvements. So I think that's just one other area that I'd like to suggest as well.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms.
Can I
Wolf.
just make a mention, because there are, and thank you for bringing that up, Councilwoman Perez, there are several very specific ped and bike projects that are on the list and not in category 4. They actually have grant fundings and/or development impact fees. So we do have quite a bit of ped and bike improvement projects that we are proposing to go forward with.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I'd like to propose an amendment because the motion is to adopt the recommendation with category 4 as proposed by staff. And as I mentioned earlier, I'm fine with the street-specific items being elevated to the top of that list. I would like to amend the restrooms that are mentioned in the category 4 list, specifically Johnson Creek Park restroom renovation, Colonia Park restroom renovation. If those could be elevated to, I have to look at these two columns here. If those could be elevated up to item 6, after 6A, so just after the Oxnard Fire Station overhead doors replacement. Excuse me, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm having to, yeah.
You did the same math I did. That's right.
Okay.
So that would be, just to sum it up, it would be neighborhood paving, number 1, alley, neighborhood alley, number 2, arterial, number 3, advanced alley maintenance, number 4, and then the PD parking lot, 5, the Sturgis generator, number 6, and then 7 and 8 would be the 2 restroom projects. That's how that order would fall in my mind.
That's my request, is that we elevate those restroom projects up to after those items as.
And I misspoke, not the PD generator, it's the overhead doors for the.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that either.
Yeah, fire
I was looking
station.
right
Yeah,
at it,
sorry
yes.
about that.
Okay, that's,
Any other-
so that's a motion to amend for that. If there's a second, there's a second. If not.
I'll
we can-
second that motion.
Okay.
Go ahead, Councilmember Starr.
So I'd like to actually hear from staff as far as, I'm sure there was a lot of internal debate that went on as far as how you came up with your priority listing. Can you tell me why your priority listing is the more appropriate decision perhaps, instead of what's currently on the table?
I'm not sure appropriateness is the right term. but,
Maybe that's
yeah.
the wrong word, but
Yeah.
I'm not being artful, but
Yeah.
I'd like to know what, I'd like to know what your thought process is. Tell me why I should go one way or the other, because I could be persuaded.
So we spent a lot of time trying to prioritize projects, and it's splitting hairs at some point in time. And so when we look at projects like, let's use Johnson Creek Park restroom as an example, that's a programmed athletic field. What's the Little League there? Wyoming Little League that programs that for their activities. And they have the restroom key and they get to use the restroom. The restroom is old and outdated, has, worn floors, things like that, but it's still available to the programmed element that's there. And so when we look at those kinds of things, like what's the use of it, how many people does it impact, what's the volume, if you will, we start getting to those kinds of really very narrow criteria when we start saying, how's that more important than the overhead doors for fire stations? So it's an apples and oranges conversation at that point, and it's very tough, but we look at it from some of the same lenses that we talked about before. So when it's, and Councilwoman Masua mentioned it, the health and life safety also start to rise to the top. So we do take that in consideration. That may not means that the restrooms don't float to the top. The restrooms may get, through that lens, they may not get the same level of urgency. They're absolutely needed. Those are restrooms that need upgrades, but can they be used? The answer to that is yes. They're used for their functionality that they're doing. the roll-up door may not actually be able to be used for its functionality, which is security of the fire station and emergency exit during a call. So that's kind of how we start weighing those. But there's not a wrong priority order for that from our perspective. Each one of those has its own unique and beneficial use to the community.
So I guess maybe as a follow-up question, does it give you any heartburn? I mean, I'm kind of inclined to vote for the Mayor Pro Tem's motion, but does any of that give you any heartburn?
No, because those are needed projects, right? Like I said, those, and we've talked about this earlier this week. Every project that's on any one of the list are projects I would love to do for the community. I'd absolutely love to do for the community and deliver it to the community. Nothing on here that I couldn't justify as a needed project. Now we're talking about, which one's more urgent than the other one, which one.
Okay. Well,
So-
I'm really glad we're doing the roads first because of the payback for that. So I guess I can be comfortable with the amendment.
Great, all right. So we'll, if there's no other pros or cons on, yes, go ahead, Councilman Perlo.
On the fire department overhead doors, the possibility of it not going up and down is one thing, but I have seen overhead doors collapse and a person nearly get squashed. Is this because of lack of maintenance or just they're worn out? And I'm not trying to take the subject, but it's first time to really get the opportunity to ask.
So for the most part, it's usually the end of its useful life. That's usually what happens with those. The roll-up doors are very heavy, very mechanically and mechanical, electrical inclined, meaning they just get a lot of wear and tear. And they're very heavy. They're very large roll-up doors. They're, depending if they're partition doors or solid doors. So normally it's wear and tear. Assistant Director Hallett has mentioned that they're from wear and tear, not necessarily from lack of maintenance. But again, there's probably a little bit to do with, do we do the quarterly greasings of the wheel? I mean, there's probably still some of that as well that plays into that, like the life of a roll-up door.
I know they're extremely luxurious until something goes wrong. That's.
Yes, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I'll just say real quickly, Councilmember, and I'm not saying that our firefighters broke them in any way. I'm just saying, I'm repeating something a firefighter told me a long time ago, where he said, you can give firefighters something that's quote unquote unbreakable, and then they'll break it and they'll blame the other shift for it. So, but they get regular use. It has an important use, and I think Councilor Perlo brings up an important point about not only is it not opening, but you don't want it closing when it's not supposed to as well. Not only on our personnel. Yeah, not only on our personnel, but our apparatus as well, so.
And they actually blame the police.
Oh, they blame the police, okay.
But it sounds like, Councilmember Starr, you're okay with the adjustment made to,
I'm fine if it's not giving staff heartburn over, then sure.
yeah. It's not giving him heartburn, that's what the director's saying. So if there's no other pros and cons, we're ready to take a vote on, is everyone clear on the amendment that Mayor Pro Tem made? If we are, then we'll take a vote. Mayor Pro Tem, do you want to do it?
Yes, this is to move the Johnson Creek Park and the Colonia Park restrooms up to just under 6A, so that the fire station overhead doors are just ahead of them.
Okay. Madam Clerk, I call for the vote.
Mayor and council members, if you can go ahead and cast your vote. Thank you, and this motion carries 7-0 on the amendment.
Thank you.
If we can have a vote now on the amended motion, that would be great.
Okay. Good, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran,
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua,
Yes.
Councilmember Perallo,
Yes.
Councilwoman Bettis,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilman Starr,
Yes.
Mayor MacArthur,
Yes,
and this motion carries 7-0.
thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Starr. We will next go to item. Oh, we are? Oh, well, that was it. You changed the order on me. That's so good. All right. There be no further business on the agenda, and without objection, we are adjourned, everyone. Thank you. Thank you for